Alrighty there, ladies and gents. I forgot to put the uptime up. There's so many technical difficulties, I guess, right off the bat there. This seems to be the way of things as far as getting these streams started here. It always tends to want to crap out during the start sequence. Probably more reason, I guess, to have the start sequence on there. Hopefully, I guess it'll settle down, I guess, in the process of that. Yeah, James going ham on the freaking slots there. I think you might have broke it again. You ain't getting squat. How much have you spent so far? I need to get this uptime here fixed here for a second. Just maybe a moment. Yeah. That whole starting sequence there was totally garbage. I apologize for that, folks, but we'll get this figured out. Okay. So, start sequence here. So we want to put this up here. We have... That's all I can see out the corner of my eyes, just the slots rolling. And you still didn't get a jackpot. You're gonna chew up that 100,000 that you... Oh, there's one. There you go. It's the low one, but hey, you definitely spent more than 300. That's for sure. I don't know. I didn't actually count them, but it was pretty close there. All right, here. Let me get this. Let's see here. So 8. By the time I get it to this point, 8. Let's try this here and start. Will that work? 828. That's pretty doggone close. It's a couple seconds off. That'll be all right. Yeah, it'll work. Yeah, so the uptime didn't, as far as in the bottom of the overlay there, didn't start up as well either. Man, that whole starting sequence was garbage. Not to work on that. I don't know if that was because Twitch was just being twitchy as far as... I saw it die out there. The stream was still running. It wasn't showing anything wrong as far as in the streaming software, but obviously I could see it on the stream dashboard as far as just not very good. So... not much I could do about that, apparently. Internet here is running pretty solid. Always make sure I check that out, I guess, before the start of streams. Let's turn that down just a little bit. Do let me know if the audios are a little bit off there. I will adjust those accordingly. Because I know I had to play around with that, I guess, to see. I had to get that background music going on the start sequence there, so. It does tend to be too soft or too loud, do let me know. Like I said, I will definitely adjust that accordingly. Okay. Lots of things to go over with today. Whether or not Torch is actually in the chat or not, I will be going over some information, some new items for the Dover track build that he had been working on. Two of the things that I have gotten from him are the 2 new bridges, as far as the Monster Bridge and the Pedestrian Bridge. So there's the 2 bridges that are on the back stretch of the track build. So I've gotten those. Those are some newly refined models and an definite improvement. Now, what I haven't done with the track yet is to apply those new items and actually test the track with these new items in there and see how much it's corrected some of the frame rate issues and the crashes to desktop and so on. So that will probably be one of the first things on top of this. Let me go ahead and show what I was explaining there. So I do have the track open in Sandbox with the new items. There's a little bit of an issue, and it can be easily corrected. As far as the naming of the texture for the 2 new items, there is a little bit of lag in here for some reason. Not sure why. I wasn't doing that earlier, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. As far as we'll test it out in the sim and see where we're at. I will say in this version 2, in comparison to other streams, it still this version still has the original team haulers in here, which aren't toned down yet. So that's one thing to take into consideration. Torch has removed the the beefy vehicle hauler that was in the infield. So that's at least two notations I want to make about the track. But as I was saying, the two newest additions and refinements to the track are these two bridges. And let me tell you, it's a huge reduction in the number of polys and vertices, just by looking at it outside the track, at least anyway. So, yeah, I'm that's why only reason why I mentioned that, James, is because part of that reason is I think it's because of them haulers. Because as I've shown in previous streams, if I remove that and put those less detailed and lower poly haulers in there, it doesn't do that. Not nearly as bad. This version also has, and this is just a continuation of what was already in here, I guess, from the previous streams. He's got a torches, a refined victory lane, and things like that. So, like I said, the two latest additions and refinements to the track are the two bridges. And I'm going to go over this really quick as far as the comparisons of what has been replaced and what is now new, just to kind of give an idea. Now you can see just by looking at it from this standpoint here, this perspective, it's got quite a bit of detail in here. Now just the fact that these are just simple shapes now. We don't have the 3D pillars like it was previously, as we showed. That was adding to all that unnecessary number of vertices and polys. You can still see it's still a pretty profound object, even by taking it, a more simpler approach, I guess, to the construction of it. So I do have, like I said, the new models, which are right here. It's got the new PTFs, I guess, that go along with that. One thing I did notice, as I said, there was a little bit of naming conventions issue with this here. So if I look in here, and this could be easily corrected. Easily corrected. So if I go into the notepad here and bring this over here, part of the problem was there's a space after the underscore. So instead of petty underscore bridge, it's petty underscore space bridge. And the original file that he sent me didn't have the it was a double space or double underscore. So this is why I've copied this one and corrected that based on what's going on in the 3DO itself. And it now opens. So either in the track or just outside the track like this, it was just showing pink, which is just the transparency onto it, which means as far as the 3DO is concerned, it didn't know what texture to apply to it because of the naming of it. So that, like I said, that can be easily corrected. Very, very easily corrected by just reapplying that through the script. Now I'm assuming you scripted this. I'm not. From what I can tell, it looks like it is scripted. And the reason I can tell that, let's look at this again. So if I open this up in Notepad, easiest way to be able to get your texture files for 3DO and Enter 2003 is just opening it up in Notepad. We can see, oh, there isn't a state switch in here. Never mind. So he might have just ran this raw pass file. There's no state switches in here. That would be one indication that it was run through a script. So it does not have any of that. So I'm assuming this is probably just run raw pass file, which is fine. The only thing with it is it doesn't have a population switch in it, for example. So it would not be able to be turned off via depress the O key within the sim itself. That also can be corrected as well if you want to apply that aspect. So, alright, so that was the only issue other than, now if I look at the overall size of it, these are the new items, right? So this petty bridge ends up being 16 kilobytes. That's a really, not necessarily a one-to-one, but is a huge indication as far as how many polys are in the model. This one ends up being 16 kilobytes. Now if I show all the other individualized pieces that were replacing this item, if I add all these up here, you can already tell right off the bat, these braces, 172 kilobytes just in the braces. These are the original files that made up that bridge. So I had these three pieces here. When you add that all up there in comparison to the 16 kilobytes we have now, huge reduction, and it still maintains a lot of the detail into it. Oops, that's the don't need that one yet. Yeah, so just to compare here, 16 kilobytes for this new model in comparison to all the original three pieces they had together. So it's, not only is it one piece, it's also reduced, and look at the detail in it. and this is actually right in the sandbox, but this would look practically no different in the sim itself. But you can definitely see with the back facing onto it, you can't even tell that it's been reduced as far as that, because you've got all the 3D back facing, I guess, to apply all that 3D effect to all the stilts, platforming. Did a really good job, and so I did my own version, I guess, on stream, I guess, just to kind of show what could be done. And Torch has taken initiative. I mean, you can even walk inside of this thing. Very well done as far as that goes. Not only the reduction, like I said, in the number of pieces, but the number of polys. Same can be said for the monster bridge over here. Took much the same approach as the petty bridge. This one does have people on it, so these will populate in here during the race. Same idea with that one there. Now, if we take a look at those, just to make some comparisons, just to see how much of an improvement that this actually is. So this new monster bridge, and there was a naming convention as far as the texture that was originally applied to this. It was kind of long, so that's been adjusted as well. And I'll show that here in a second. But this one ends up being 26 kilobytes. It's got a little bit more detail than the petty bridge. But when we look at the original files, as far as all the pieces that belong to the monster bridge, 3 pieces. Look at 209 kilobytes just in this extras alone. 399 kilobytes in the frame. So you can already tell right off the bat by looking at these file sizes, huge reduction in the number of polys. And like I said, this is not necessarily a one-to-one representation of the number of polys in there. It just gives you a really good indication that's got a lot of polys in it. You know, just to give you an idea. This was the naming conventions that has been corrected on the monster bridge. Instead of calling it this, it's now just called Monster Bridge, as it is here. So it's been shortened up to make it a little bit more, less congestion in the files, at least anyway. It just makes it cleaner in that regard too. Just to shorten that name up is all. So that's pretty much where we're at with the track so far. Like I said, I have not tested the track out with these new items in there. To include swapping out the hauler files, the team hauler files. These still have this version here, just to kind of start moving forward. I've informed Torch or whatever, it'd be much easier just to apply the new items that are to go to the track, and then just progress from there, as opposed to just keep changing out and swapping out the track over and over and over again. Because chances are, the only reason why I say that, by experience, sometimes what will happen is, when you're just swapping the track out over and over again, especially when you're working collaboratively with somebody else alongside of you, something is going to get lost in translation as far as objects that are applied, geometry that's been applied, and somewhere down the road you're going to end up having an issue that's like, crap, how did that get there? Okay, so if you're only focusing on the things that are initially, are primarily being touched, in this case the bridges and anything else, do those. Only focus on those and swap those files, and not necessarily the whole thing. Like I said, I can speak from experience when it comes to working with somebody like that. Somewhere in translation, you may not necessarily feel it's going to happen, but it does happen. So, just to save yourself some headache, as far as working on a track collaboratively, as far as swapping files back and forth, only focus on the things that are being touched, I guess, through transfer. And don't just keep swapping the track over and over again. Not only does that add to, I guess, unnecessary file size, as far as chewing up hard drive space and things like this, but also it just creates too much confusion. So Torch is taking the approach, and this is the way I like this. Torch is taking the approach as far as creating a text file, as far as what's going on with these new items. So what would need to be added as well as subtracted from the track. And this is perfect because it also documents as far as like what changes have you made with the issues that we've been having with this track in particular. For example, it really gives you some type of histogram to say like, okay, I've applied this, I'm still having this issue. What else can I do, I guess, beyond that, I guess, to remedy potential problems I have, be it a crashed desktop or this or that. So you have basically a diary of what has been done as you move forward, instead of just keep changing out files, swapping out the track, and be like, crap, well, I know I changed that, but you don't know exactly what, because you got nothing to fall back on as far as like what you did in the past. Sometimes you know, looking back and being able to look at what you did previously, I guess to observe, I guess, the problems that you have, you sometimes have to look back and say, crap, maybe I did that wrong, and then start over from scratch. So by doing this with the text file, you actually know what happened, so you can go from there. And he's even made notes in here as far as like how many polys and verts that have been reduced and or applied, I guess, to the new models. It's fantastic. It's a little bit more information than I was you know, expecting or anything like that, but that's useful information as far as moving forward in the track build, especially with the issues that we've been encountering. Now, with you, Racer James, your issues on your system, what you've experienced, have not been the same as mine. Torch is the same way. So between all three of us, when we look at us all individually, it does necessarily, you know, raise an eyebrow or scratch, you know, kind of a head scratcher as far as like, why are, you know, some having different issues than others. And really, in my opinion, it all comes down to just optimizing the track more. If the track gets optimized a lot more, because we've already shown on stream, when we remove all the objects and leave nothing but the geometry to the track runs beautiful. So we know it's object related, right? So the fact that there's much work being done to optimize these models much more, but to still maintain a lot of that integrity of the track as far as the immersion factor and things like that, this is what you want to do. So this is why we do these streams or whatever, to try to troubleshoot what can be corrected, I guess, with models, either to have to remove them completely or just to refine them a little bit so that we don't have these problems. So okay, so I think with all that being said, I think that was a mouthful. Hopefully I didn't lose anybody in translation of that, but yeah, we are at the point, at least, just to put it in summary, to be able to test the track out in the sim. Now I gotta check this out, I don't have the new track in our game track directory, so we can test that out. Nope, I think this one is still... So what I will end up doing with the version of the track that I have is go ahead and make a DAT file for this. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm just checking out on my other monitor here. Yeah, so this is the previous... So now that we're on the notion that anything that's been changed to the track, we're just only applying the tracks, right? Or the items that are being applied, new items that are being applied to the track. That's all I have to do. So what I can do from my end, for the purpose of testing, anyway, is to be able to make a new DAT file based on all this new information, and create a new DAT file, go into the sim, and actually test it out that way. Now, I am already expecting, with everything that I've said so far, I am already expecting that there's probably still going to be a crash at desktop, because we still are using, in this version, there hasn't been new truck haulers, team haulers applied. So these are still the ones that are beefy, being at 20.2. I've created a version that's around 12, and Torch has created one that's around 11 kilobytes. So it's a reduction in half as far as what we had there, and I think that definitely will make a difference as far as the impact on the overall use of the track. So just to keep that in mind, when I do test this, that's probably more than likely will crash because of all the multitude of team haulers that we have in the track, and being that beefier version. So this is the I made a backup of the new PTF, because obviously there was a PTF adjustment to the track based on these new items. So that's what I have here. So this new PTF I do already have applied to the track. That's why I've backed up this one here. More than likely I'm not going to need this anymore. So moving forward, this is going to be the PTF I want to go by. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this one. Don't need it. So moving forward, this is what we want to go by. This is what we know what'll load in Sandbox. That's what I currently have loaded in Sandbox, actually. Right there, so we know what works from that standpoint. I'm going to make a new DAT file based on all this information, though. So I should have my make DAT in here, I believe. Actually, with this being a new track, I might not. But that's okay, I can always put that back in. Let's see here. Nope, I don't think I do. So I'm going to go to another track that I have here, and I should have a make DAT in here. This is another track build, so I'm going to take my make that utility, copy that over to our track here, like so, and then I'm going to, now I want to make sure that this PTF is the same name as our folder, which it is. I've ensured that already. And to ensure that, if you want to humor yourself, just copy the track name, paste that to your PTF to make sure that it's named the same. Make sure anything like your cam file is the same way. I've already confirmed all that, so I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and that'll spit out my DAT file. That packs up everything that is in this folder, as far as what's loose, as far as the track mat, and basically everything. PTF, cam, all that stuff. So I'm going to take this, cut it out of here, and put it into our game track directory. I'm going to back this one up for now, just until we can confirm that the track actually loads in the game, in the sim. And then once we confirm that, we can get rid of it. That keeps the track folder relatively clean in that regard too. Alright, so cam file, I believe this is the same, 5.1 and 19. This will probably be different in here only because of the unpacking procedures. Yeah, 684. I just want to double check these. I always like to keep the cam files. Yeah, this was probably a different one out here. So normally what I will do, and this is all finer details, the final tweaks to the track, is to put the same cam file outside of the DAT that's packed into the DAT. That way it gives the opportunity, I guess, for anybody that doesn't want to edit the cam files later on, they don't have to unpack the DAT in order to be able to edit that cam file. And they can always take that cam file out so that it reads directly from the PTF. That's just something to keep in mind, I guess, as far as cam edits go anyway. So from here, with our new DAT file, I'm going to keep this one in here. I won't read this one, I'll read this new one. I'll be able to go into the sim, and we can actually test this bad boy out. So with that, I'm going to need to bring the wheel over. And I'm going to make sure my profiler is up. Let's bring that up and make sure we are locked onto NASCAR Racing 2003, which we are. Cool. Just give me a second. I'll bring the wheel over and we'll go into the sim and we'll check it out. So I'm going to mute the mic here for a second, so you don't have to hear all that noise, and I'll be right here. Alrighty then. It's probably a good thing I did mute the mic on that there, because the studio here is a disaster. I'm glad I don't have a webcam. I guess what's going on with it is not very clean in here right now. It's kind of I've been adjusting some things around here to see if I can get possible webcams going on in here, and so far it's not working out too well, but that is something I've been working on, and so once I do have something feasible, I guess, to present and show, I guess, to everybody, I will do that in due time. But for now, not really an option. Alright, so I want to check this out here. I want to make sure everybody knows. I don't know why it keeps doing this every time I do the I don't know why it does this. When I share this off of the tweeter, it always jacks this up, and I'm not sure why. No, I don't want to do that. Let's edit this here really quick. Wish I could figure out why the heck it does that. It always adds an additional... I don't want to take the embeds out. I wish I knew why it does this. It duplicates that. Must be a Discord thing. Oh well. It's supposed to post it like this, and the fact that it's doing it like that, but I try to let everybody know that's in the Discord, however I can, as far as I also post it in the Spline Design Studios Facebook group page, just to kind of let everybody know as well. Hopefully that works out. Okay. Yeah, just I thought I saw the stream burp there just a little bit. I think it's okay. I'm just making sure that everything's going to run smooth before I go into the sim here. This sim here is not a very resource hungry type of a program, type of an application, but I do necessarily want to make sure everything's running smooth before I go into it. And partially for the reason, like I said, I am expecting the game to crash with this track, because we still have those beefy team haulers in here in multiplicity. Is that gonna load? I've been having this issue with the profiler too for Year 2003. I always got to click it a second time for it to launch. Not sure what's up with that, but now when I look in the applications, it's only got the one going, which is kind of weird. Alright, so let's give that a second to load up. No, the menu should be showing for you all, but for me, it is not. Gotta love multiple monitor systems. Alright, so here we go. I'm gonna switch this over. There we go. Let's do that. And we're going to go into a single race. We're gonna test it right from the we're gonna go dive right into it. So currently we still don't have applied the full pace lap, so we'll be starting on the backstretch. Yeah, that full pace lap, as far as being starting on the pit road, is still in development. So something I've been meaning to fix here too, and I don't know if I could do that. It's kind of weird. I don't know why it cuts that stuff off on the bottom. I guess it doesn't really matter on this sim. Let's go right into it. Alright, so we're going to start off initially in practice. Okay, so far we're good. The track is loading, as far as based on that new DAT file that we created. Excuse me. So that's a good thing. We are definitely in a step in the right direction. Okay, let's go right to race. I'm going to start from the back, so we'll have all those cars that'll need to render, I guess, ahead of us too.
Drivers, to your cars.
We really push the limit on the track here to see what's going on.
Drivers, start your
Now,
engines.
last week we were able to test the track. I did run a test with the Manx 19, as far as the Monster Energy 19 mod by Splash and Go. This mod here is also by Splash and Go, and this seems to run pretty fine. But I'm gonna try it with this one here, and I'll switch over to the to that other mod as far as the other cut mod, and checks it out that way.
Man, I'll call the green there. Nice and shit, and I'll walk in front of you. Go get them. All right, man, pace cars in. Get ready.
I still got the background music going on there, but that's okay.
Gang, gang, gang. Gang, gang, gang.
Staying right around the high 20s, low 30 frame rate, and that's to be expected. Still a lot of detail in the track as well as the mod that I'm running, so... Oh, kind of scraped the wall there a little bit. That's my fault. Trying to stay to the tail of the field here, so it's really pushing the game, I guess, to render all the stuff that's in front of me here. Want it to render all the cars, all the objects on the track. Really push it to its limit. Got a little wrinkle on my right fender. So far, so good. I got this on a 20 lap race, I believe, which is the lowest you can go with the 5% race.
4, 6, 6, 8. One inside. Still there. Set your door. Clear.
I'm really just staying as far back into the field here as I can. I'm just kind of
Clear low.
go with the flow of the traffic here, and really pushing the limit on
24.
Ah, and the track runners. Oh crap! I didn't mean to do that. Got in my way though. Okay, caution came out. That's actually testing the track pretty good too, as far as when bringing out some activity on the track. Like caution. Kind of smack that guy up a little bit.
Pit road's closed. Pit road's closed.
Okay, we gotta go back around and get the caution. Still running pretty good.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Go ahead and get caught up. 30.29.
That's all I can see is that slots again. That's crazy.
Stay behind.
Nothing but slots.
Slow down, Digger. Got the defender on it.
Oh, slow it up, slow it up, slow it up. Dang it, dude. Move it. Why are you such a slowpoke? Man, I wrecked him good. We're gonna have to fix our stuff up too. Definitely gonna have to come into the pits for some sheet metal correction here and probably some tires. Let's go ahead and pit.
Pit road C35. Eagle man member 3000 second gear. Remember, just get it stopped square where the sign is. Paint card. Turn 1.
There's one, I saw it. You got that's the money one right there. That's the money one right there, boy. Got him, he got that right. Let's get this thing fixed up here.
Paint card. Down the backstretch.
Come on, guys.
Go in a little easier with a little bit bigger arc. That way you're aimed a little bit better.
There we go.
Off. We gotta go tail end along the line.
Yeah, I know this.
Go.
We're gonna be in the back anyway.
Paint card. In turn 3.
Got your money back anyway. Yeah, some of it.
Don't speed. Do not speed here.
Whoops. I
Remember,
don't know if I did speed.
second gear.
Hopefully I didn't speed.
30.35. 8.
Let's see, where am I at?
Paint card.
4 seconds.
Turn
Okay,
4.
cool.
Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All clear. Go hard. Yeah, flag. They fall in.
Yeah.
What the hell happened now? Again, we're too fast entering.
I might have been. I wasn't really looking. I just wanted to get into the pits.
Can't even get a good fucking read. What the fuck do they say? If they want to, correctly
Love my spotter.
gauge pit road speed, they need to get the fucking kind of they can fucking do it. It's fucking bullshit. 2010. We gotta go tail end along the line.
That's only about 10 years old, right? But it's still fantastic though.
Stay behind. It's 17. You gotta go to the back. 48.
Well aware of this.
9. 0.
So far the track is running pretty good. Now we're back to the tail end of the field. Probably got one more lap of caution, so we'll probably go to green after this lap. Man, I destroyed that car. Look at this dude. That's what you get for being such a slow poke.
Man, I'll call the green there.
He's got his rear end all up in the air.
Go get him. All right, man. Pace cars in. Get ready.
What's going on there, South Texas? We're just testing the track out here. I guess. Here we go. Starting out here from the back. Just got over a caution flag. So far the track's running pretty good. I will be testing it with a different cars after this race. So far this track is running pretty smooth on this. This guy needs to get off the track. I don't even know if he's going minimum speed. He's gonna kill someone. I don't want to bring another caution out though. We only got 10 laps or so. Let's stay back here. It's really pushing the limits as far as the graphics go. A lot of detail in the track as well as the mod. So I want to really push the limit on the track to see if it will indeed crash. If it doesn't, that's a step in the right direction. Too much downforce? Probably on that one ahead of me, you mean? He's got that rear end all up in the air now.
10.
Okay. Right. Ten to go. I heard 10 to go.
24.58.
I'm not really racing. I just want to really test this out here. We already tested it out with a caution, and obviously didn't crash the sim, so that's a good sign. See if I can pass this dude now.
One outside at your door.
There we go.
Clear.
Gonna work our way up through the field a little bit.
24.02.
Oh, fender rub there.
Outside.
These guys are slow.
Outside.
There we go.
Clear.
Let's get up to the next pack of cars here. Now I'll pretty much call this a pretty successful test if we get all the way through this 20-lap event with no crash. To desktop, please stay there. The frames are still staying right, high 29 frames. You can kind of see that. Hopefully you can see that at the top right of the screen. And it does fluctuate between that, just depending on what it's needing to render in the scene, as far as in your view. But I'm not seeing it drop like ridiculously low. 5 to go. Here we go. Yeah, Mr. Marcus here. Yep. Excuse me there, Dave. Race McLean there. Appreciate that.
4.044.
I still got a significant amount of damage, front end damage on my car too. The fact that I'm running this solid. They didn't have to shut the motor off, so that's always good. When I came in the pit.
23.887.
That's Steve Grissom, yep. Kodiak 41. Right ahead of him is Greg Saxton in 98. 2 to go, here we go. White flag, there's the white flag. One more lap. Oh god. Their tires must be wearing out a lot quicker than mine. I'm kind of taking it easy too, just sticking her out here mostly in the back. Here we go, checkered coming up. See, there we got the checkered flag for the leaders. That's goes to show you how far back I am. Oh, yep, you scraped the wall there too, I see. I know what that's like. And there we go. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit better. That's all, man. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, so this is with the new, the 2 new bridges that I was showing in the sandbox. You can definitely see that it's still very, very much a lot of detail into it. You can definitely distinguish that it is bridges. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get out of this. We're going to switch this over to a new mod. And it's got a little bit more detail than this one does. And we'll see how it responds there. So let's do done. Looks like Gordon won that event. Likely story. Alright, so let's switch the mods over. I'm going to switch this over. We just tested that with the Winston Cup 98 mod. Put together by Splash and Go Studio. Now, I'm going to switch this over to the Manx 19, which is, like I said, it's got a little bit more detail than that. So this one right here. And again, we're going to put in a single race and put it through spaces in here. Now, again, I'm going into this with the pessimism, I guess, that it will crash. Only because it's got that. Now, just because we ran that race there, I guess, relatively unscathed, that doesn't mean there still isn't items in the track that can't still be optimized. Because as you throw more things at it, as far as more detailed mods, like this one is, that I'm about to go into, invites that idea as far as to not have enough room, I guess, for the game to be able to render all that. So, I need to switch this over to a... do I got one that's got a full set of cars? All. Come on. I want to get 42 cars in here just like I tested with the previous mod. There we go. So we'll probably have a randomization, I guess, of a bunch of different cars. I'm not worried about what type of cars we, as far as the schemes on them anyway. Let's go ahead and load this up. So we'll have the same length of an event, only it's in a different mod that has a lot more detail than what we just ran, like I said. So far the track in practice looks fine. Now, see what happens when we go to race. Now if you go to the grid,
Drivers,
not terrible. Well, we're in the low 20s, low to mid 20s frame rates. So definite difference, I guess, in frame rates as far as that goes. Starting in the back. So far, not incredible. It's definitely an improvement from what we tested last week. Now, if you remember from last week, what had happened was we got a lot of poly stretching. As far as what the cars or whatever, starting in this position on the track. Definitely an improvement. We're still not that much better, I guess, as far as the frame rates. It's still pretty low. It's well below 30. It's like in the low to mid 20s. That's kind of low. So there's definitely more optimization that can be applied to the track in this regard. But it's definitely an improvement. The fact that I can even start the race in the back of the field here with this mod in comparison to what we tested last week, if you remember. Definitely an improvement. I can't stress that enough. Let's see if we can... We'll run this event just the same as we did the previous mod. And see if we do get a crash to desktop. Now if we do, it won't surprise me. It's just going to conclude what I was already talking about as far as just needing to optimize more of the track library is all. And this is what we've been doing the last few streams as far as just to refine some of the models that are in there so that they're not quite so graphic intensive. But it still has the detail into it. We still got those bubbles that are in as far as the drawing distance on both ends of the track. I've already pointed out as far as what would need to be done, I guess, to correct that. Very easy fix. Very, very easy fix. Now it can be done in Sandbox. Now I'm sticking her out here in the back here, just like I did the previous mod, just to kind of really push the limits, I guess, as far as the graphics on the. Now if I'm missing something and things in chat, I'm just really focusing on how I'm driving here. I don't want to wreck. At least not right now yet. So far it's running pretty good. Still running. We're running further back there. We're running upper 20s, lower 30s as far as the frame rates. As I move closer to the field, it definitely does drop, and that's to be expected. But it's not dropping so low to where it's crashing the sim out. I'm not really concerned about my times or anything like that. I'm just really just testing the track out to ensure that it's I guess I'm kind of preparing myself for when it does crash. Let's put it that way. Kind of a part of me is hoping it doesn't crash, to be honest. I never want to wish that, I guess, as far as on a track build, that's for sure. But just the frame rates alone, as I said, is really introducing the idea that there still needs some optimization in the track library, just to kind of better that. Because it can definitely be improved on. But this is a step in the right direction. The fact that I'm able to even run an event way in the back here with this mod on this track, in comparison to what we did last week, definite improvement. I had to keep pushing out, and that turn 2 there, she always wants to push out the wall. So have to compensate the wheel, steering input, and the throttle, so it doesn't push all the way up to the wall. And I'm staying right in this preferred line as far as all this dark area, right in the middle. Didn't hear the halfway mark yet.
23.645.
See, either there are too many segments. Yeah, I'm going to take a look at some of this stuff here. For the most part, this track runs really, really smooth. I do know that much. I can hear him say halfway mark. That's what I'm waiting for them. If he said it, I didn't hear it.
23.526.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I already pointed out that drawing issue as far as like how that can be corrected. Like I said, that's an easy fix. That's on both ends of the track. I mentioned that last week too. Very easy to fix. It's not the grandstand object itself. It's just the X sections out on the outer, most X sections on the track itself, as far as the geometry goes. I think my spotter is not saying anything because I'm so far back. I'm gonna see if I can pass here a little bit. Oh god! Oh god! I didn't want to do that. Kind of dug a little too hard. No problem. Jeez, old Pete. Let's reset.
Leaders coming up.
Ah, you dirty rotten thing, you. There we go. I was waiting for that yellow to come on. It's like it took it long enough.
All the way to line.
Goofy thing anyway. Expected to come out sooner. You gotta stay on the apron here. I was expecting that caution to come out a little bit sooner. I wanted to get something going there with the... There we go.
Go ahead, get caught up. 51.
I wanted to render all that in there as far as the flag waving and all that stuff.
76. Slow down, Junior.
There we go. Oh god. Oh god.
Stay
And
behind.
they slowed up.
76.
Frick, you slowing up so far much for it, dudes. Yeah, so probably the overall AI probably doesn't. Probably needs some
Stay
work.
behind. 76. My main pit road will
They
be
shouldn't have
open.
done that. That's for sure. Yeah, we got a lot of oddball type of paint schemes in here, and that's to be expected. I'm not worried about that. Just want to have the 42 cars in here. Got some interesting paint schemes in here. Yeah, so a lot of what you're pointing out there, James, as far as the X section, I've already mentioned that to Torch. I don't know if he's done that already. I usually leave it up to him as far as, because it is his build. But that's one thing that can be done. I can probably apply that just to kind of show how that'll go away. But yeah, for the most part, I've been leaving it up to Torch as far as to change, make those adjustments and changes. But we've shown that before, I guess, as far as in the previous track builds, as far as how you can easily correct that problem with the drawing on either end of the track in this case. Yeah, that's not a model issue. Just to make that abundantly clear, it is a track geometry issue. And it's easily corrected by just expanding out that outer X section. I can show that here once we get out. So the fact that I'm able to run this entire race, we're on the final lap here without any crashes. There, as I said, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but there are definitely some improvements. Right now, as I run at the tail end of the field here, we're running low 20s, mid 20s in the frame rates.
White flag, one to go at the line. 1 minute 18.
It's kind of jumping up to the low 30s, but there's definitely room for improvement on that. And this is a much more detailed mod than I ran with the Winston Cup 98. So that's also something I take into consideration with running it on this track. But yeah, that model's beautiful. I mean, as far as that goes, as far as you can get some of the, does definitely apply that immersion factor, as far as the fact that it is a well-defined structure on the track. It doesn't clip or anything like that. I don't see it blinking. I don't see any texture bleed as far as the transparency. Well done. Now there were some other items in the infield that I pointed out last week as far as that can still be adjusted, like in the garage area and things like that. So those haven't necessarily been done as of yet. That's still yet to be seen. So once they do that, I guess we're done. Okay then. Yeah, so probably some refinements need to be done to the AI for sure.
We need to be a better race team overall.
They tend to be a little wonky, but it's that. So I was able to finish the race at least anyway. That's what I wanted to get to. I ended up winning this thing anyway. Standings. Yeah, these are all oddball. Yeah. Lots of oddball names in here, so that's probably nothing. Alright, I just wanted to check it out. That's a really cool track windscreen too. Something that Torch has applied to the track. It's pretty cool. Alright, so yeah, pointing out all the things that you mentioned there, James, there's an easy fix for that drawing issue, and I'm going to kind of show this. It's going to be somewhat summary, really, as far as how to apply that. So while I'm in here, let me switch this back over here real quick. Hold on. Switch this back over to that. I'm going to keep the wheel here for now. Okay, so one of the things you can do with that drawing issue that we were witnessing in the sim, as far as it kind of bubbling out, create those bubbles or whatever, as far as the drawing issue, both the grandstand, that's not in a model issue, as I said. What that comes down to is extending out these outermost X sections. There's an X section that should be out on this outer portion of the track here. You want to stretch that out. So the way to do that, you want to right click, unlock all geometry, and you want to get to that X section. So in most cases, probably what we got going on here is it's going to be tied in with this F section out here. So we want to be able to pull that out. And you don't need to, there's no need, I guess, to pull the F section itself out, right? The only thing you really need to stretch out is the X section. So what I want to do is get to that X section. So let's see if I go, I'm going to bring up my height view like so, and this will give me an idea of where I'm at. I'm going to do You can use the same tools, the same buttons, I guess you can say, as you do in the main window. You can use your X, your Z and X to zoom in and out, as well as your C and your mouse pointer to navigate through that. So I want to get to, let's see if I can just click on that. Should be able to. If you can't get it from this window, you should be able to get it over in this window. So I'm going to click over on this side, right click to be able to get over here. This is what we call the roller coaster view. So this is basically your side profile on this side. Let me expand this out actually. So this is your side cutout view. So you can kind of get an idea of what we got going on here. This would be the infield. This would be all your infield area. This is the banking on the track, and this is the outside of that banking. So what I want to do with that tied together, I want to get to that X section that's tied to that. There would need to be there's an X section in here, you just can't see it. So one way to get to that, I'm gonna go like this. Now I'm probably not in the segment. Now it won't really matter as far as what segment you start with, right? As far as to pull that one out there. So as long as you can get into this type of layout here, and then you can paint. Yeah, this is just up and down. Okay. Oh, here. Oh crap. Yeah, you're right. I was using the up and down here. Thanks for pointing that out there. I forgot I had that son of a gun. Yep, I got my mute mic on there. So yeah, what you would have to do, and I'll have to keep an eye on that, what you'd have to do as far as to pan in between that is to use your up and down arrow keys to be able to get to this. You can also, once you're in this view, in most cases, once you get to this point where you can see the white dots, you should be able to select on that. What you're looking for is to get a yellow arrow that points to what you're actually on. For some reason that's not doing that for me. See where I'm at in here. Let me zoom this out. So here's where I am on the track here. Let me see if I can get to it this way. Zoom in on this. There we go. So what you want to get is this yellow arrow that tells you where you're at. So this is the what we call the roller coaster view. This is basically like if you're going around the track, and in this case it's counterclockwise. That would be considering what the surface was like going across it in the direction of the track on this view. This view would be the cutaway side. You know, it's like if you were to cut the track and do a cutaway view of it as far as looking at it head on in the same direction of the track, that's this view. Okay, so now that we're in this view here, let's go back over to here. So we're on this is the banking, or is that the, hold on a second, is that that, or this would be the banking right here. So this would be your infield, and this is the banking of the track out here. So what we want to get to is this out here. So let's see, I might mute the mic so just a minute there. See if I can get to it. I see what that's doing. Never mind. I gotta do. Yeah, I had it backwards. My bad. So the forward to back, it goes from. So what that does. Here, let's kind of show this in this view. I had it on my other monitor here. So what the up and down arrow will do is move forward or backwards from one segment to the next. So I'll just kind of show this really quick. So if see how that's panning. That's your up and down. That's the up arrow. Down arrow will go backwards. Now to go left and right within a section, that'll move your X sections from inwards outwards within a section, right? Okay, so let's go back to that height view. So right now we are in this section, this segment right here. So if I want to get to another segment out here, I've got to do the left and right arrow. So we want to get this yellow arrow right here out to here. So I'm using the down arrow in this, or the right arrow in this case. So now I'm at the point where I am, where I want to be. I don't want to do anything with it here. I don't want to move it up or down or anything like that. All I want to do is get to that segment here, like this. Now I want to go back into this overview like that. And with that geometry unlocked, see, I can't see the actual red line, which is the X section, but I got it selected. Right? So in between this segment here, now I can pull that out. Actually, you can do that as far as like that. The step that I missed was you want to unlock this as far as to untie it to head. See, it's not. Ah, crap. Crap, now I gotta do it all over again. Yeah, to get them untied is a little bit tricky, I will admit, but you can select that in this view like that, and it doesn't matter which one. I just want to get it back out to here again. So I'm going to do right arrow. Get to that point. It can be a little bit tricky. Now, like I said, you can necessarily stretch this whole thing out with the texture. Gosh darn it anyway. See, and this is probably a good thing that's actually doing that, because you will experience this as far as it's very, it can get very irritating, that's for sure. So I'm going to try and select that again. Select it here. Yeah, the fact that it's a very primitive tool, it doesn't really know what you want to do. So the fact when it clicks off and it clicks off against the actual X section, especially when it's tied into an F section, it doesn't know any better that's what you want. So let's go this way. I've got that selected. I may be able to do that as far as the interpolation right in here too. It's been a while since I've had to do this, so you have to bear with me a second. I'm going to try and unlock it. I don't think it will. No, unfortunately. Now the interpolation, like I meant there, I can do this from mode absolute. I don't want to change any of that. Otherwise that'll change the whole dynamic of the X section, which will affect the actual geometry of the track. I don't want to touch that. The only thing I want to do is move the X section. Now, again, like I said, you can just go ahead and move this entire X section without detaching it from the F section, which contains the texture itself. That's no problem. So let me see if I can just pull that out like so. In fact, I'll just go this way for now. But what I wanted to do, that's on the, now one other way you can do this, one other way you can do this, I'm going to be on the F section here. I'm going to untie head, and that's just taking the X section out there. There's the X section right there. That's what I wanted to show. So that kind of gives you an idea. So when you're not able to get at the X section like I was struggling with, even though you can touch it in here, one way I guess to be able to get at it is to untie the X section or the F section to the texture, and then it'll expose your X section. And that's kind of what I want to do. So let's go like this. This one's already untied. Actually, it's not. So I need to untie this at tail. Now, the way heads and tails work, and this is somewhat of a refresher, it depends on the direction of your track. So, be it the fact that the direction of the track goes this way, counterclockwise, as you go through your segments here, this would be your head, that would be your tail. Okay, and that'll go for each segment. So this would be the head, that's the tail, head, tail, and so on and so forth. So as you're wanting to detach particular segments here, so now I got these both detached, I'm going to attach this texture back. So this is something that I like to do, at least anyways, as far as leave the texture where it's at, roughly, and just move the X section out. So to expose that X section, and then just move that X section completely out further. And in most cases, what you want to do is bring this out as far as you can, to eliminate that drawing issue as far as on that. If you can bring it out a good, in most cases good, I forget what number we came up with. It's been a while. I'm going to say about 30 meters. So you can even use your linear guide. Bring that out roughly 30 meters or more. Maybe it was 300 meters. James, you could probably chime in here. So even if you bring out a good 300 meters, and just roughly, you don't have to be exact, and bring your X section out that far. That'll eliminate a lot of that drawing issue. Is all that. Video seems fine. Good. Yeah. So as far as the audio, yeah, I have that hotkey, I guess, on that. So what I want to do, and this is just my approach to it. You don't have to do it that way if you don't want to. I just don't necessarily want to cover up the outlining. So in this sandbox here, we don't see that that ground texture, but when you get in the sim, you will. So if you stretch out this texture all the way to that point, you're going to see that texture all the way out there. As far as, you know, camera views, I don't necessarily like that. I want to be able to show that outfield texture, I guess you could say, as far as that ground texture. So I always like to leave the texture as close to the edge of the track as possible and just move out that X section. That's my approach to it. You don't necessarily have to do it that way if you don't want to choose to, but at this point I want to select this F section. I'm going to untie it at the tail. That's now undone. I'll have to untie this at the head. Like so, and I'll retie it. Just retie that. Now I've got access to the X section. And just pull that out. So there will be some work to be done, I guess, to be able to get this. I'll probably do at least this one end of the track. You don't really have to do it on the front and back stretch. Just wherever you're seeing it clipping, which is primarily going to happen just on the turn ends, and that's what we're witnessing in the sim itself. So I'll probably do at least just one end here. This is the turn 1 and 2 side. Yeah, this would be the turn 3 and 4 side. So at least going into that turn, I won't do that anymore once we pull this X section out far enough. Alright, so let's go into this F section. We'll do untied tail. For crying out loud. I already tied it. There we go. Yeah, see, I'm still tied to that, so I'm going to untie it head. There we go. And just retie that. So now I got access to that X section there. Track building 101 stuff. Yeah. So this is something you wouldn't necessarily want to take in consideration in your initial track layout. But obviously, since the fact that it's already like this, you know, you can always go, you know, correct that problem from your initial track layout. But when you're initially laying your track out, you'd want to take that in consideration. Just move this outer X section out, way out there is all. In most cases, you won't even need to do that. If you're not experiencing any drawing issues with your objects, as we are in this track, chances are you won't even need to do that. But if you are, this is how you fix it. Yeah, it can get messy definitely doing it at this stage, because if you're not careful, especially now, the fact that the way X sections work is it'll always have, for the lack of a better way to put it, you'll have a parent and a child. And the way that works is, as long as there's a X section in here that'll stop what's going on, what you're moving here. So if this X section was going all the way to the apron, say for example, that's going to totally change the dynamics, I guess, of your geometry on the track itself. That would be bad. So in order to correct that, you would have to apply an additional X section in here to stop that from affecting the track. Now, even by doing this, it might affect the track just a little bit, but it's going to be less of an impact because of the fact that we do have an X section that's on the outside of this wall. So as we move this out, it's not going to affect this all that much. It will still affect it a little bit. That's something we will have to test, actually. But we can even see that in the height view, for example, as far as how much this is affecting by moving that out. So for example, what we don't want to see as we adjust this is the change. This is the banking of the track based on the segment that we're in. If we see this drastically change and move that out there, we need to add additional X section, for example, I guess, to be able to not have it do that. So the fact that we're way out here and we got these two X sections here, we don't have to worry about moving that out this way and affecting this. Okay, so all these little white dots, those represent X sections that are on the track as far as top down. So this is the one we're adjusting on the outermost section. That's when we're moving out. We're not going to see this stretch this way. We will see it move here. In fact, I'll try and see if I can leave it on this view. And as we move this one out laterally, you can see where this was originally was closer to this line. So we're moving that out. So it's creating this bulge here. And that's not going to be an issue because that's not going to be the surface that we're going to be racing on. So it's not going to matter so much. That's just to keep that in mind. So let me see. Let me minimize this here. I want to see if I can keep this in the view. I don't know if it's going to let me do that. Probably won't. Let's see here. This is why I want to set up a separate camera. And I could probably set up a window, but that's not going to be... I don't know how I'm going to be able to get this to stay in the view here on the one monitor. Because I want to be able to show how that's moving. Let me try this really quick and see if I can adjust. I'll put this in a window and see if that'll work for me. It may not, but we'll try it out just to see. Let's do window capture. Let's do this. Yep, and I want it on that window. Boom. Okay, now just give me a second here. Okay, that might work. Now I want to put this over here. That way when I minimize it, at least anyway, it should still show. Okay. Now if I minimize this, yeah, that'll still show. Cool. Good deal. So I can put that in a window capture. So now what you should be able to see now, I need to unlock some F sections here. Whoops. Wrong key. Zoom in. I need to untie that F section there. I can get just to the X section. Like so. And then untie this head. Move that down. Zoom in a little bit more. Now what I want to be able to show, this point here, when I move this X section out, you'll be able to see in the height view in that left pane, based on the segment that I'm on, when I move this, you'll see that move. Oh crap, maybe it's not going to show it in real time. I was afraid of that. Yeah, fortunately I don't think it's going to show it in real time. Let me see here. Dang it. I was hoping it would show that in real time. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. So you can see what segment that I'm in here. And the fact that I moved that out. That might have already been in that spot when I think of it. Okay, let me check this here. I need to get onto a segment. See if I move this out. Oh, come on. You were just working. Alright, let's put this over here. Maybe. Oh, come on already. Killing me, Smalls. It was just working. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I guess that's not going to... It's not showing it in real time. I'm not sure why. But in any case, as I've got this on the other monitor, I just brought this over. It'll move this. So as long as it's not touching this banking here, we should be okay. It's only affecting outside of the track here, as far as where grandstands and whatever are. That's where this area is. That's what's affecting that there. What I was hoping to show is how that moves, but it's not showing it in real time for some reason. I'm not sure why. OBS is acting a little bit strange, so I'll go ahead and just remove that. I was hoping maybe to show that, but let's go ahead and just turn that off. There we go. But in any case, what I want to do is separate the texture from the X section, so I only have just the X section. And like I said, that's just my approach to it. I don't want to have that texture way out here, you know, as far as that asphalt or whatever it is. So I'm untying, this will be the tail, move that down, untie this head, and snap them together. That way I can move this out. Okay. And tail. Whoops. Oh, it's still attached to the head. Oh crap, I did the wrong end. So again. See, I did my tail. See, the fact that I was still moving with that, I did the tail instead of the head. So that's going to be down in this end. It's going to be down here. So I untied this tail. So that's something to keep in mind as far as, like, that's why I mentioned as far as what. So because I witnessed that, I know that I undid the wrong one. So that's the tail. This is the head. I did the wrong. Definitely need to keep that in mind as far as when you do that, because it's, even I make that mistake. But it's knowing that you made that mistake. You do not want to keep, that's probably another fair mention too, if you keep any F sections or X sections untied, that's probably not a good idea. Especially if you make it on an X section as far as a mode absolute, definitely not a good idea. That will cause frame rate issues as far as, you know, possible crashes, especially if you do it in multitude, more than one. You'll definitely have issues. And that's speaking from experience. You want to make sure all your F sections and X sections are tied, regardless if it's areas that are interacted with, as far as, you know, be it the fact that these are out here outside the track, doesn't matter. As far as the game is concerned, that's not good and will not respond very well to that. Alright, so see, now that I've got this X section exposed, I can definitely select that X section by itself. Now that it's separated from that F section. So here I pulled this out, I believe, so I can pull that. I can put that back in, but I'm going to untie this. This will be the head. That's the tail. And you'll deal with this too. Sometimes it just helps to zoom in a little bit further. Select that. Untie it head. Oh, I want to go inwards, not outwards. Yep, this is common. This will sometimes get you frustrated, it's for sure. I know it does to me at times. Pull that in. Untie. That must be already untied. Come on. Oh, sure isn't. Come on now. Yep, this can get frustrating, I ain't gonna lie. That's still tied there. Come on, let go of it. Yes, son of a gun. Trying to get it to the X section to untie that. So probably what's selected here is the X section. I don't want that. I want to untie the X section. I want to untie the F section. But it's being a pain in the butt right now. So let's go ahead and retie this. Okay. You dirty rat, you. It's not letting me select that F section there. I don't know if that was already out there or not. Can't remember. Yeah, see, the fact that the F section, as far as the green line, is not highlighted, that's telling me the X section is highlighted. I can tell that by going into the height view. I don't want to untie the X section, because even if you do untie an X section and try to retie it, it's gonna screw up your height values. Definitely, you can guarantee it. So if you can if you have a means of as far as not untying your X section, that's probably best. This is why what James is pointing out too. At this point here, at this stage, it can be a pain, because you want to take care of these types of things prior to getting to this step. Because if you're at this point here where you have to correct it, you may step on the track in a negative way. So let me see here. I'm gonna try tail. Move that in. Yep, so that's on the X section. I do not, if I can help it, I don't want to untie that, but I might not have a choice. May not have a choice. it's not letting me select that F section. That's a bummer. So what I'm looking for is that to turn bright green, so I know it's highlighted. Right now it's still connected because it's still moving the texture as well as the X section. Now, some might necessarily say, screw it, I'm just going to leave it like that and just use that. I'm trying to get feather this X section out so that it's not an abrupt, way out here and then comes way back in. That would be kind of ugly from correcting the drawing issue standpoint anyway. So I'm going to try it this way. Let's see if I can do this. So if you can't get the F section to select, I guess, in this fashion, one other way you can do it, I'm going to retie this. Let's retie this. Okay. I can select this one. So what I'm going to do, go into my F section properties. And with that selected, I'm going to move this. And again, you got to consider the direction of the track. I want to go this way. So in this case, I want to go forward. So go forward. Now that's selected. Okay, now if I click on this, it'll probably click off of it. Actually, that's good. So that's another way to be able to select an F section if you can't click it within the main window. So now it's highlighted. Let me try to right click this. See now, nope, that's on the X section. That's all the X section properties. That's not on the F section. So I'm looking for untie at head or tail. Now the fact that I'm getting these options, that's telling me it's on the X section. So what I'm going to do, even though that I can see it's highlighted, the F section is highlighted, I clearly don't have the F section based on the options that I'm getting on the right click. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that out. Okay. No need to panic because I can bring it back. So what I can do here, since I know I can select this one, I'm going to tie this at the tail, pull this out, but I'm also going to go ahead and get this one right away if I can, and tie this at the head. You dirty rat. Nope. Son of a... I hate when this happens. This is why you want to do this ahead of time. As you get to this point, it'll totally frustrate you. See, now it's not going to let me highlight it. You dirty son of a gun. But this is a way you can do it, at least anyway, as far as to potentially select. So that one will select. Let me go into my F section properties. In this case, I want to go backwards. Okay. Considering the direction of your track. Yes, it's very messy. So I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this out since it won't let me select it and attach it to head. I'm going to delete this out. And I can bring these back, right? Now, so now I can get at the X section, and it's still intact. I haven't unattached those or anything like that. So I can move that first out of the way before I bring those F sections back. Okay. So now that I've got these available, like I said, I'm going to pull this out. So I know it's not going to be in the way as far as reestablishing those F sections. Let's see if I can I get this one? Ah, crap. Let me zoom in here. In most cases, it's going to be much more valuable if you zoom in. If you're zoomed too far out, it's going to be really hard to select what you want. So to be more precise, zoom in. Okay, so I'm going to try it on. Yep. So I'm getting these options. That's telling me I'm on the X section, not the F section. Okay. So I'm having the same problem here. Alright, so I can also tell if I open it up here, it is showing that it's selected, but it's only giving me the options for the X section. Right? So the fact that this isn't grayed out and it's showing me I'm on asphalt, I've got the F section selected, but it's not giving me the options for the untie head. So again, in order to correct that, I'm going to go ahead and delete that out. And I'm going to bring all these F sections back, so don't worry about that. But this is what makes it kind of messy as far as that goes. I think that's probably far enough. Now they got these all stretched out like this. Make sure they're well enough out there. I would still probably want to do all these F sections, to be honest, and kind of even this out here so it's not this big bulge on the one end of the track, just to kind of give you an idea of what of how messy this process can be if you don't plan this in as far as your initial build. Okay, so that I'm going to call that satisfactory. I'm going to leave it just like this for now, even though, like I said, what I'd probably want to do is take all these F sections out, probably get a hold of this X section and stretch that out so it's far enough out here. You don't need to do it on the X, front and back stretch. Like I said, you can probably feather that a little bit better so it's not such a drastic bulge here, just to kind of clean that up a little bit. But yeah, for the purposes of this, at least anyway, I can bring these F sections back now pretty easily now that I've got that all sorted out. It's just creating more work is all, as far as to have to do that. So F section, and there will be initially no texture on it, but I'm going to snap these to this, and I'll show how we can reestablish that anyway. Generate a layout, a new oval, and make the outer X sections 300 meters. Right, and that's what you want to, that's pretty much what I was pointing out. When you're initially laying the track out, just put that outer X section out at that distance right away. That way you don't have to deal with this. And regardless of whether or not you'll have those issues in your track or not, it's probably a good idea to move that outer X section out to that point anyway. Yeah, definitely. Let's zoom in on this. So again, if you're having issues, I guess as far as getting that to snap, just zoom in so you can more precisely select that. We got one more here. Right clicking, insert F section. So all these initially do not have a texture applied to it, let alone any other properties to it. We're going to fix that pretty quickly. Let's make sure these are snapped. There we go. Beautiful. Now what we can do with all that separated out, I'm going to apply this texture now. This is where the copy front, forward, or back comes in handy. So instead of having to go into the properties and reapply the texture based on what this one has, if you want to maintain, and this is again all summary for the most part, I've shown this before, I want to copy these properties that are in this value here as far as being asphalt, apron, the texture size and all that good stuff. I want to copy that into this area. This is where copy forward in this case, because I want to go this way from this segment forward, and that's considering the direction of your track is going counterclockwise. So if I copy forward, it's going to put those values right into that. So that's how you reestablish those F sections. Now from here I can just kind of clean it up like so, and now I have this X section, it's a mouthful, and I can stretch this out to that level like so. Stretch that all the way over here like thusly, and I can kind of feather that in there. Now this is probably not going to turn out too bad. I'd probably want to feather this a little bit better, but that's not terrible this way. Not terrible. Okay, and this is not an exact number as far as the 300 meters. That's something that I think James, you pretty much came up with that magic number, and it can be anywhere in between that number, but at least that number in most cases, especially on a track like this. As far as the size, to go at that 300 meters is a rough idea of where you want to stretch that out to. Okay, so we're just going to continue to feather this out. Make sure we got that selected. Push that out. Push that out. Now, again, I probably want to go a little bit further because I want to get past this grandstand. Now, depending on what type of X section that you have on the track, it might give you more refinement. You know, as far as the, whoops, adjusting that. That's about right. So, and I've got this roughly got it like just under 300, so 299.1.32 or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be exact. It just gives you an idea. Okay. So that done, I want to go to this end here. Like I said, I'm gonna see if I can get this F section and untie the tail. And see, this is letting me get it, so that's good. Marvelous. Okay, so we'll do the head on this one. Yeah. So we're getting both extremes here as far as like if you're not able to get them options for the F section, to untie it. I showed that method as far as being able to delete the F section, going to the properties to get to it, and just delete them out and reestablish those once you get that pulled away from the X section anyway. We'll do this one here, so we'll do this is a head. Okay, and then this is the tail. Bring that down. Make sure they're snapped. Yep, so those are together. Cool. That should be good enough, just like that. Now I'm going to take this X section and pull that out. Like so. That's at least getting me beyond the grandstand, at least anyway. This should be pretty sufficient. And then I'll just kind of feather this out. Like so. There we go. So you want it to look something like this, as far as to stretch that out there. Now what'll happen is, and I'll test this out in the sim, on this end of the track, we won't get that bubbling effect on that grandstand, because this X section, basically the way the sim works is, it's only going to go by that outermost X section as far as what's going to render. So because that was so close initially to that grandstand, it was creating that bubble around that end of the track, around the grandstand. So definitely don't want to confuse that with a modeling issue, but definitely consider that being a geometry issue. So by extending this out, you're basically telling the sim, look, you can render all the way out as far as this, as far as the track is concerned. That's basically all you're doing. Alright, so let's clean up some of this. I know this was pretty much where it was at. I'm just going to make sure these are all tied. I'm just going to clean that up on here. Just a little bit. There we go. So not bad. Alright, so now from here I'm going to go ahead and save this PTF as a new PTF. Brand new. I do not want to save over the existing one, just in case something goes wrong. I want to have something to fall back on. Always a good idea. So I'm going to label this one as I'm just going to do increase outer X section. Just put a little notation on it, and you can name it as long as you want. I've named I put a novel on some of these PTFs like that, and it does not matter. So that should save, and I'm going to confirm that it's saved in my track edit folder. We've already tested this this DAT file. That worked fine. I'm going to delete this one. We've already tested this one, works just fine. So from here, if I want to back this up, I'm going to make a do DAT and move, you know, as far as the progression of it anyway. Let's go to my track edit folder though, which is here, and it did create that new PTF right there. So that is my new PTF. So from this point, if I want to test it in the sim, I can do one of two things: put this PTF in there and test the in the game with just the PTF, or I can rename this PTF. I'll back this one up, redat the whole track folder, and then put that in the track in-game track folder. So either way, doesn't really matter at this point. I'm going to copy this in here to the game track folder. And the only way to get this to work, to get it to read this PTF and not the one that's already contained in the DAT file itself, is to rename this the same as the DAT and the track folder. So either grab the name of the DAT or the track folder itself, so that the sim will read this new PTF. I'll just delete that out. No, so just to ensure that, I just copy the name of that DAT file, so I know, and I'm sure that it's going to read that DAT file, or that PTF I should say. So when I go into the sim, it's going to read that PTF, and I should not see that bubbling on that turn 1 and 2 side as far as the grandstand is concerned. So we're going to go in there and test that out. Let's see how that, just to show the effects of that. Alright. Just checking everything out here, making sure we're running smooth before we go in and do that. Everything seems to be checking out. Sweet. Okay, back. Yeah, I was just doing some explanation, I guess, as far as, now we're going to go into the sim and actually test what we've done here. Just to kind of give you a refresher there, James, if you didn't catch that. This is what I've gotten it to. This is roughly what you'd want it to look like So I've saved a new PTF in our track edit folder right there, and I've copied this new PTF over to our track in our game track directory, made sure that it's named the same as the DAT file and the folder, so that it'll read that when we go into the sim, and we should not experience any of that drawing, that bubbling effect, I guess, on that end of the track. This would be on the turn 1 and 2 side. So we'll go ahead into the sim and go check this out. Let me adjust a couple things here. So let me turn that back on, turn this off. There we go. Okay, just give me my profiler. Boom, and we'll load the game up. And I'm gonna keep it on the on this mod, because this one is the most the beefiest of the two we've been testing with the track so far. Alrighty then, so I'm gonna go right into single race. You'll probably notice it too in testing, and I can probably show it in testing as well, with and without. But for now, I'm gonna keep it on the same even keel, I guess, as far as this testing in race mode. So let's load this up in race mode, and we'll go ahead and go right to race. I'll get away for the cars to load in. Wait for the little hourglass to stop. There we go. Might be time for another menu update. Possibly. I'm still digging it, to be honest, but possibly so. Yeah, because they have updated the NASCAR logo and all that good stuff a little bit. Yeah, get rid of the monster and all that. There's a lot of files involved with getting this to look like that, that's for sure. Okay, going right into the race. There we go. So what I want to do, we're starting on the backstretch here. So what I want to do is work my car around to the front stretch going into turn 1 and 2, and we should not see that bubbling effect whatsoever. That's what we're monitoring here. It goes to show you how old this mod is. We still got Junior in 88, I believe. Actually, who's running in 88? No, that is Alex Bowman. Take that back. That is Alex Bowman. I take that back. Kind of trail breaking. Okay, so and coming in on the front stretch, see how we don't see that bubbling anymore of the 1-2. Now, if you go through the back stretch here, we'll see that bubbling still. We haven't adjusted that in. So as we go to the back stretch here, we'll see that bubbling. Drawing issue. And actually, we are not. That's interesting. As you can see, we don't have the bubbling, at least on the 1-2 end. No bubbling.
24.83.
Let me get up a little bit closer to the field here. Yep, so no bubbling on that side. Now that doesn't mean we don't want to apply that same effect on the X section on the 34 end. I would probably still stretch that out just to ensure. Well, we're definitely not getting the bubbling on the turn 1-2 side here. We're going through turn 1-2, the end that we adjusted. Yeah, so the fact that we're not seeing the bubbling even on the 3-4 side, that doesn't mean we shouldn't apply that same effect to the outer X section on that end. I would still do that just to ensure that it's not going to do that.
23.50.
Definitely not a bad idea anyway. It's not going to hurt anything. So the overall integrity of the track as far as the geometry of the banking has not been affected. If it is, it's very minimal. But realize the skybox? Yeah, and that's probably not wrong either. So the fact that just by taking that one end out, it's basically saying, you know, that it's bigger than we actually had it before. Yep. So no bubbling on either end of the track, and that's a solid I would still, like I said, I would still probably stretch that that other end out too, just to ensure. I mean, pretty much as it stands right now, it's pretty solid. Definitely not getting that drawing issue, but that's a pretty simple fix, really. That doesn't require all that much effort. I mean, it does at this stage, like I was showing, as far as like it's a little bit more work. It's a little bit messy, so definitely taking into consideration to apply that aspect to the track as far as that outer X section on your initial track layout is all. Yeah, force the engine to draw. That's right. Definite improvement, though. Let's get up closer to the end of the field here. I'm going to dig here a little bit. Have some fun running on the track, though. I'm going to try this out in testing as well with this mod. So without any cars or anything like that, just to kind of see what's happening in that mode, too. Most of the testing that we've done has been in race mode. Full-on race mode. But you may necessarily want to come into the track and do some practice and testing. So yeah, we'll definitely test that out, too. I think there are still some adjustments to the state switches to the model, to the models in testing mode, I believe. I could be wrong, but we'll test that out to see. Now, let me do the depress of the O key. See, now you can see what I was talking about as far as like it's not scripted with those bridges. Those will stay on. That can be corrected as well as far as the scripting of it, at least anyway. So I was looking at that earlier as far as the state switches. So I just press the O key once so everything goes away as far as the objects, with exception to those bridges. And like I said, that can be corrected by just rescripting it to add a population switch to it so that it does go away by depressing the O key. Everything else seems to go away though. I did increase the frame rates too by a ton. Let's put the O key, put those back on. Not a huge reduction in frame rates either. So I turn it back on. That's definitely a plus. That's on the plus side. Oh. I was trying to get up to the edge of the field here. I'm not doing a very good job at it though. I'm gonna dig here for a couple laps. I'm definitely faster than these dudes. I got a hot rod on. Yeah, I'm getting a little cocky. I'll admit it. It might get me in trouble.
22.602.
Oh, we caught up to him. I think that's Bubba. Is that Bubba? That is Bubba.
Clear high. 23.
Still no bubbling.
5, 2.
Oh crap! Took the just took the air off my nose there.
5 to go.
I'll get into that dirty air, as they call it.
0.7, 5, 1.
Did you say 5 to go?
Inside. Clear low.
I heard him say it. I kind of missed it though. I was too busy digging.
23.5, 5, 8.
This track runs so nice though. As far as I could run this thing for days.
Outside.
And definitely with the more refinements to the models and the better frame rates would improve it so much better, so much more.
23.4.
Oh god, hold on to it. Got a little loose there. Getting that dirty air on the nose. Bubba's giving me a run for my money. He's making me work for it.
2 to go.
2 to go, okay.
3.803.
Final lap, alright. And because I'm starting in the back there, that white flag is showing for the leaders, not for me.
White flag, 1 to go at the line.
Here we go, checker coming up.
3.731.
Time to play some slots. I spent most of my time in the back here just to kind of really just, you know, I want to get all the intensity of the graphics. I want to really put the pressure on the graphics for it.
That's all, man. We'll figure it out.
Making it load in all those cars and all that good stuff. Cool.
Keep working.
Yeah, so far I think
Good job.
we're into stepping in the right. Oh, God. There you go.
All the way to the line.
So I think you've gotten just about every jackpot. You've gotten the 3 bots.
So it's B35.
The only ones you haven't gotten, I think, is the little red guy.
3,000 second gear.
The little red dude. Yeah, so this race is over with. Okay, frame rates are dropping just above 20. So you gotta render all that business in. Okay. Good deal. So that's a good test. So I will go into testing mode. We did a race mode there. 1,800 plus it cost me. Yikes. Well, you're at 104. That's still not bad. You're in the 100,000 plus club, I guess, when it comes to that. Okay, so let's go into testing mode for this track on this mod. It looks like we had another oddball one, and that's cool. Let's go into testing mode with the same mod. Yep, so we want to go on the same track in testing mode with this mod and see what's going on with that one. Now, I believe, if I remember right, I do believe that there are some, there's some objects in here that don't turn on as they're supposed to. That's just scripting issues as far as, so a lot of the grandstands or whatever won't be in this. So that needs to be corrected yet. Okay, that's what I wanted to double check. So that's still something that has to be adjusted with the models as far as for them to show in testing mode. Okay, so that's probably not going to be a really reliable test because we don't have all the other options loaded in there. That's something that still needs to be adjusted, but I want to at least see that anyway. Okay, let's get out of that. I think that's a pretty solid test. So that's if anything else, just like James is mentioning there, the fact that we've stretched this out on the one end is basically telling the simulation as far as the sky box. So there's like a bounding box for the sky and over the horizon. It's basically just telling the game to read out beyond. So the fact that it's only on the one end, it's obviously affecting the other end as well. But really, in all actuality, it would behoove, I guess, to be able to apply this same aspect of the X-section on both ends, just to ensure. So you'll end up basically with like a figure eight. What'll look like a figure eight. You'll have a bulge here and a bulge here, just to correct that. That's just thinking big picture, at least anyway. But as we've tested there, even with that that mod being pretty bulky and beefy, it has corrected that issue with the bubbling as far as the drawing issue on that. Yeah. Okay. Just checking things out to make sure everything's running smooth. So far, so good. Yep. Bull beans. Now, the point we're at this one here, I was really hoping, I guess, Torchwind might have chimed in here, but since he's not, I think what I am going to do, he did give me this would create a little bit more work that I would need to do to apply to this track, but we've already tested it the time before as far as to change all these out. What's really nice about this, I won't have to go physically into, so how do I want to put this? So these positions for these haulers, all I would have to do is just switch out the actual model itself. but it would require me, I guess, to rename a bunch of those 3DOs in the track edit folder, at least anyway, to replace those. Because currently, what we are testing is with the beefier models, as I was saying earlier. And by beefier, they're twice as big file size wise, right? So I want to be able to swap those out with the smaller model, even if they are just in duplicate. I'm not worried about that. I just want to be able to test the track with a less beefy model of these team haulers. So these are at 20.2, and these newer models, and I'm going to go by the one that Torch has done. Let's see if I can find that one here. I have mine that is at, and I have a couple of different configurations here. So I have one that's completely together at 12 kilobytes, which is definitely a reduction. Doesn't seem like much when you, for things like this in multiplicity, definitely makes a bit of difference. So there's mine that's put together, and then there's a version that Torch put together. Yeah, Torch should put one together here, so that one's mine. And that was just to show, give an example as far as what is possible. And then this is Torch's version. And this one is at 11 kilobytes, so it's a 1 kilobyte less than mine. And it's pretty solid. So what I would need to do, yeah, so there's his model. Pretty decent model. As far as made from scratch there. So let's, what I would want to do is be able to copy these renditions of this 3DO and coincide it with what is in our track edit folder. What I would have to, I would create a lot of work. I guess that's all it is. It was something I was kind of hoping Torch would have already done, I'll be honest, at this point, as far as in this version here. But it can easily be done by swapping these out. I don't know what his texture looks like. Let me check that out. So this texture that we've got on this model, let me look at that. Let's open this up in WinMap and we'll compare these two with what he's got on that newer model. So on this one, this is his new model. That's what that one looks like. And then on the one that's still in the track edit folder, let's see what we got in there. Tracks, third party, Dover. And we can just pick any one of those as far as the truck files. It doesn't matter. They should all be the same. Let's do this truck one. Yeah. So this is the layout of the one that's currently in the track, and this is the layout of the new one. So he's still got the same layout as far as the you know, the parameters of it. So there's really no, what'll happen is once we apply the new textures to the new model, and what I'll do is do that through 3D SimEd, and that's fine. I'm not touching the actual model itself. The only thing I'm doing is changing the texture assignment. So that's not going to change and or adjust, I guess, as far as how and we'll double check that to make sure it doesn't, because we know what the file size is prior to that, and if it does necessarily change that, when we know that's not going to be a good idea. So, but we're not doing anything to the actual model. So let's go back into his new model here, and what I want to do, for example, is I'm going to take this out. I'm going to copy this to the desktop. Do a little magic here. Let's hide this. Don't need that for now. Paste that out here. Now, first thing I want to do, go into our track edit folder. I want to name this the same as what we got in here, because I want to make a direct replacement for these. So I'm going to properties. I'm going to copy that name like so, and I'm going to rename this one I copied here to the same one. Now, just by doing that, it's not going to assign that texture, you know, on the previous model to that. So by changing the 3DO name, it's not going to apply that texture for the truck one. So if I open this up, it's still going to want to apply that Goodyear texture, right? So we're going to need to adjust that. Now, you cannot do that by going in a notepad here, just because you can see it. Texture, let me find MIP. search for MIP. I'm probably staring right at it, but I can do a fine. So you cannot adjust it right here. If you try to adjust the texture in here and save that, you're going to corrupt the 3DO. So one way that you can adjust the texture assignment without having the raw files, at least anyway, one way you can do that is to open this up in 3D SimEd, and it's going to have no texture on it initially in this case, and that's to be expected. Let me snap this over here, possibly. Crap. Come on now. There. Now what I can do is I can edit this. I just gotta remember where it's at. So I can go into edit, edit materials right here. So with this object, this model loaded, I can go into here, select this. Now I can go into edit, and it brings up this little window. Oops, crap! I didn't expect it to do that. Span that back open, and what I can do, this will pop out. And this is 3D SimEd. I think it's 3.1. It's probably not the latest version, but with this model open and this material up here, I can select on this texture right here, and I can choose which texture I want applied to it. So in this case, I want to choose the texture that's in our track edit folder, for example. So let's navigate to that. Okay, Dover 2019, and then we want to look for truck 1. That's what we got this. I want to sign the same one that was like that, and it puts that texture to it. Now from here, I haven't done anything else. I'm not re-importing that via 3ds or anything like that. I haven't done anything to the model as far as to adjust it that face. The only thing I've done is redone the texture mapping, right? From here, what I can do is save this, and I might have to do, let me see here. I might have to do it as an export, actually. Yeah, do an export 3DO right here, save model data, and then it's going to ask me. Now from here, I have all these options. This is why you don't necessarily want to do that, because if you've got any scripting to this model already applied, you can necessarily step on it by doing this way. To include also increasing the number of polys in it, possibly. That's what I want to confirm by doing this. For what I'm going to do on this one here, we only want these team haulers to show during race weekend, for example. So let's do that, and then now I can tell it where I want it to save, which is I'm just going to save right over the one I got on the desktop. It's going to ask me to overwrite. I'm going to say yes. Now from here, I'm going to close this out. I want to compare the 3DO size. So I did increase it from 11 to 19. See, so now we're going to be right back to where we started as far as being next to 20. So that's just, if anything, this is going to probably be a perfect example of why you don't want to adjust those things in 3D SimEd. The creator of the 3D SimEd has already made this abundantly clear as far as how it compiles the 3DO. Regardless of this doing a texture change assignment, it's going to increase the number of polys, and that already tells me that. Just from the fact that it went from 11 to 19 kilobytes. So that's not the best option for this. So what we would want to do, and this is what I was hoping what Torch would have already done, he's got the raw file for his, I don't think he sent me to 3DS. Let me look here. He might have. Yeah, I do have the 3DS and that. So as long as you have this, that's coming directly from 3ds Max in this case, you want to start from there and then build off of that instead of going through 3D SimEd. So if anything, I just proved my point is what I've said all this time. Making a new 3DO, regardless if it's a new texture assignment or modifying the model itself, not a good idea to go through 3D SimEd. So I'm gonna toss this one out. I don't want to do that. That's defeating our purpose of what we're trying to do, is to reduce the amount of file size to it. File size as well as polys. Okay. Alright, so what I am going to do, since Torch was kind enough, I guess, to give me the scene as well as the 3DS. Actually, I think I made this scene based on his 3DS, but either way, I can open the raw model up and actually apply new new ones in here. So it's gonna, just as you probably would imagine, I would have to create those 36 or whatever haulers independently that are in the track edit folder. And yeah, it would require a lot of work, but I'm gonna do a couple of them at least, just to kind of show you the process at least anyway. And then whether or not I do them all or not, we'll see. We'll see what happens here, because I really want to be able to test the track, everything that's in there, what we've done to the track with this new team hauler totally applied to replace all those different team haulers that are currently in there, at least anyway. So what I will do is I'm going to load up 3ds Max. Okay, let's load this up. This will give it a second. And the fact that I do have a scene for it, I'll probably just go with that. And it is designed precisely and exactly for 3ds Max 14 that I'm going into. You didn't win them all, though. I just happened to glance over at that. I think you missed the little red guy, I think. You got the sad face, the robot, and the Kappa, but I think you don't have the little red guy. Or did I miss that one? Yeah, you got the little red guy to get there yet, James. He's like, oh crap, I still got work to do. Let me get to work here then. Whoa, I almost got it there. Are you doing this all on mobile? Or are you doing this on PC? That's hilarious. Alright, so we are in Max here. And we'll go ahead and load up our Max scene for that. PC? Gotcha. I can just see at the keyboard just copy pasta, copy pasta, copy pasta. Or are you actually typing that all in there? It's funny. If it was me, that's kind of how lazy I would be as far as to do it. Just wondering after that, I'd do a copy pasta. In your case, it would just be copy it once and then this pasta. Pasta actually sounds good. I might have to consider that for dinner tonight. I haven't had spaghetti in a hot minute. Did you get it yet? Nope. You have a macro button on the mouse? Nice. It's a macro. That reminds me of like macaroni for some reason. So you just got the macro button, just boom, 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 boom. I got you. Yeah, you got more sophisticated mouse than I do, that's for sure. Where's that truck? Goodyear right here. So I'm gonna open this scene. So this is the raw model. This is what you'd want to start off with. This is gonna keep us at that 11 kilobytes that we're at with it. Man, I keep seeing two of them. That's the second time you got two of the little guys. The red guy. Another one. It's just teasing you. It's freaking teasing you with that. That's twice that you've gotten. Watch him get another 1,000. Now the robot's coming up there. That's crazy. Alright, so yeah, the fact that we've got this here, what I'm going to do is I can get really cheeky with this too. I can just basically make a copy of this Goodyear texture. As long as it's got that name that I need as far as for the actual texture that I'm trying to apply, what's already applied to our track, that's all that matters. As far as what it actually contained in that texture, it's not going to matter, right? So I can cheat this a little bit by just copying this texture and applying it as a, in this case, truck underscore one. There it is. Yeah, it only took you about 1,000. Probably about 1,000 units there to get that, right? To get 200. Yeah, too bad you had to spend that much whatever to get the little red guy. How much of an impact did it make on your fluids? Your thumb hurts? Oh, you using your thumb? I thought maybe I'd be using my my ring finger. Or not my ring finger, I guess. I'm right-handed, so I'd be using my next to my index anyway. You broke even? 104. Yeah, it looks about right. 104. Yeah, looks like that's kind of what it looking like. You broke even. Not too bad. That's a lot of clicking though. Alright, so yeah, like I was saying, what I can do, just to kind of trick this a little bit, this little trick to doing this, it does not matter as far as what's contained in the actual texture itself. What I'm concerned with applying to the model to make the pass file and so on is to have the name of the texture applied to the model. So that way when I go to spit that out via pass and or script, it's going to have that name of the texture, right? So those can be swapped out pretty easily. So like if I wanted to take the current truck 1 that's in the track and apply a different texture to it, a different looking texture to it, like the Goodyear, all I would have to do is just apply that Goodyear to it and still maintain that name of the texture, and it's going to show it as Goodyear as opposed to whatever was on there initially. So that's kind of how you can trick that in a way. But for this process, at least anyway, I don't need to create individualized 3DSs and or max scenes. I mean, I could do that, but one other way to do it is just to make the multitude of textures that I would need to be able to apply. So truck underscore 1, truck underscore 2, and so on, and apply that to the model, spit that out as a pass, and there we go. Alright, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this several times, and I'm going to rename this to, in this case this will be truck underscore 1. Whoops, wrong one. Gotta get the right symbol. What's this? He said, that bot says, I don't think so. You want enough on slots there. Okay, so now I've got this texture as truck underscore 1. Only it is Goodyear, right? The name is what is the key to it, is what I was trying to point out. So now from here I'm going to copy this, paste that, rename this to truck underscore 2, and so on and so forth. Now I will have textures, when by doing that I'll have textures to be able to apply to the model in Max here, so I can spit that out. Now the fact that I'm in Max 14 here, what's going to be better for me to make those pass files is to open up the 3DS. The 3DS is basically the same as what we see here in the Max scene. The only difference is I've got this as a scene as opposed to 3DS. 3DS is universal to open up in either version of Max. It's just depending on whether or not I need to produce the pass file or not. So if I was going to do any editing to the model itself, which I don't intend to, I would open it up in here, make my changes, spit that out as a 3DS, open that new model 3DS into Max 5, spit the pass file with the appropriate texture, and so on and so forth, as I've shown in the past. That's all kind of review. Okay, what I don't know, and I would have to compare this, because it's not like boom, 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 you know, just 1 through 36. It kind of disperses out a little bit, I guess you could say. So I'd have to confirm which one there. So I know truck 1, 2, 3, 7, then it jumps to 10, and then 11, no 12, 13, so on and so forth. So it does kind of jump around a little bit. So it's not just like 1 through whatever. Alright, so we at least go through 1 through 7 and it goes to 10. Okay, so let's do that. So this is somewhat of what we can do anyway, as far as not having the actual textures. I don't know if Torch has done anything with this model on his end, but if he has, not a big deal. Yeah, this is necessarily an approach you could take to it. Not sure if this is what he did, but this is definitely an approach to it. So rename this one to truck underscore 3. Okay. And then truck underscore 4, so we'll just paste. Truck underscore 4. So we're going all the way to 7, and then we jump to 10. Paste. Rename. So I'm hoping even with the struggles that I've had, it's giving enough explanation as to what you would need to do when you run into those types of issues. It's never so like going back as far as the problem I was having with the F section on tying that to the X section, and how to get that detached. The approaches that I took, I guess, to make sure that I wasn't stepping on the X section and having to reestablish those X sections. Once you delete an X section and have to reapply that, it's kind of almost game over, because you've pretty much destroyed the track in most cases. So again, hopefully, if anything, that does give some insight as to the reasonable way, I guess, to be able to get to an X section without stepping on it or having accidentally delete it and have to reestablish that. Because if you get to that point, you've done broken the track. That's just a given. I need to rename. Yeah, I need to rename this. So this will be 7. Yeah, so, and even so, James even mentioned that up in chat there, when you're designing the track, for the most part, you want to take into consideration that in your track layout right from the get-go. So if you're dealing with an oval track, especially like that, stretch those other sections. That way you don't have to deal with it down the road, and you won't even have that problem. You won't run into that problem. That's definitely going to optimize the skybox or the visual as far as the game looks at. Regardless if you have the drawing issues or not, it's probably always a good idea to go ahead and do that anyway. That's the way we've shown, I guess, as far as stretching those out. So now I gotta go to truck 10. Whoops, I didn't want a new folder, you dummy. Did the wrong thing. Paste, there we go. Now we can go to truck 10, truck underscore 10. And then I think it goes 11 and skips 12. And double check that. Let's take a look here. Yeah, so we can go from 7 to 10, 11, no 12, 13, 14. Okay. Okay, so we'll paste. So we got an 11. And I could necessarily go just 1 through 99. But why? Because I wouldn't want to do that, only because that's creating more work for myself that I don't really need to do. So I'd rather just bring in the ones that I actually need to have. So rename this one. So we don't have a 12, we got a 13. And then it goes, yeah, so no 12. Okay, so paste. Rename to 14. It's a little bit different of a flavor here. I mean, we've been doing it at Spline Design Studios, but there's, you know, it's definitely, you know, pertinent to what you want to do. You know, is to get from point A to point B, as far as to correct some of these issues. I mean, it would necessarily run into. So 14. So after 14, what do we have? Let's see, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 22, 23, 24. So all the way up to 24, and then we skip. Okay. So I know what we're dealing with here. So we got 10 more to add. And really all this is doing, I don't even really have to do all these. I just really want to be able to test the track out, I guess, with a more optimized model is all. That's really the only reason why I guess I'm taking this approach. If Torch already has this done here, I don't have that to be able to apply to it. There's definitely other approaches that I can take as far as to, I've already done that as far as to take like the default Pappy model, as far as the, I think if we use the Pappy Goodyear, which is not a bad model. I think it still has some beefiness to it, if I remember right. In fact, let me double check that here really quick, just to kind of refresh our memory. So the original truck Goodyear model that we did test the track with, we're talking OG model, that would be called, let's see here, truck green, truck Goodyear, should be a truck, here it is right here. So the original model that we tested a couple streams ago, this ends up being 9.79, so that's even smaller. So the fact that even this new model that Torch has got here. It's a little bit bigger than what this one is. Now, when we tested the track with this Pappy model, that ran pretty flawlessly, even without adjusting any other models, right? So what we want to test out is kind of in between that. So we have the beefy model that's currently in the track, which is at 20.2 or whatever it is, which is too beefy. And then we've got this one that Torch has done with 11 kilobytes, so it's right in between the original Pappy model and the one that's currently in the track. So that's why I'm taking the initiative to use this model and create those, replace those 3DOs in the track so we can test it that way to see actually how the track responds in that regard. I would expect to see a significant difference as far as frames and overall just playability of the track, that's for sure. I did not switch this over. Y'all supposed to remind me. Let me just switch this over. There we go. We're not in the sim. Hello, sorry so late. There's Torch. Speak of the devil. I'm not late at all. What I was actually doing, was your ears ringing? Because I was talking about you a little bit as far as what I'm in the process of doing. I've been able to test the track out with the new models, and everything seems to run really good as far as between the Manx 19 mod, my Splash and Go, as well as the Wednesday Cup 98. James is yelling at you. But yeah, I don't know if you got my message or not there, Torch, but I did drop you a message as far as yep, no message. Okay. The only issue that I saw with what you had sent me, and you can feel free, I guess, to correct this. I would probably correct it definitely. It was with the naming of the actual texture that's applied to the petty bridge. So you have a space when you look in the actual model itself. I've already gone over this, but I'll show it since you're showing up here. In the actual model itself here, it's got an underscore space and then bridge, so it doesn't want to load that model into, with it named that way. What I would do is remove that. It's easy to fix. Just reapply that texture to the model, I guess, with the space, because what you've sent to me was it's got the double space or the double underscore. So I made a copy of that and corrected to what's applied to the actual model, and it now shows. But what I would adjust is just the naming of that texture to the model anyway. That's the only flaw that I saw. Yeah. So for the time being, at least anyway, I have made the adjustment on my end so that it reads what's actually applied to the 3DO. So I've been able to get that loaded into the sandbox, as well as to test it out in the sim. And I had 2 successful tests, to be honest, as far as no crash to desktop. The frames are definitely still a little bit low, with the fact that I was able to run a 20 lap event from the back in the Manx 19 without a crash or any poly stretching. That's a definite improvement just by changing out. Now there's still obviously some other the other models that are in the track that still need to be adjusted, but that's definitely a step in the right direction. Yeah, the models look great. As far as from in the game itself, this is something that, again, I've already gone over, but as far as the look of them, I don't think I could have done any better myself. I mean, that's a solid approach to it. I mean, and it's still got a lot of detail, as I've already said, even though you've had to reduce the number and the overall file size and just the look of it, and that's the monster bridge and then the petty bridge over here. The only thing that I did notice, and this is very common, there's probably not a whole lot you're going to be able to do about it. From a distance anyway, the way the texture shows, because of the transparency in this one area there, see how it pops in and out? There's probably nothing you're going to do about that, and I don't think that's really that serious of an issue. But that's the only other thing that I've noticed too. That has a lot to do with just the way the LODs, from a transparency texture being applied to a model. It might even have something a little bit to do with your back facing. Between the models, you could probably remove the back facing. I don't know, I haven't looked at the model in its entirety, but if you've got any back facing, say for example on this side, maybe just remove it, and that might correct that issue, because it doesn't do it from this side. I guess it does. Take that back. So it does do it from both sides there. And I mean, that's not really that serious of an issue, to be honest. But if you wanted to look at that, as far as the way the back facing is, that might correct that issue. And by back facing, just to kind of reiterate, it's just having only the polys on one side and not both. So maybe just to remove that poly from the one side, that may necessarily remove that issue. Even if it doesn't, you know, if you take that back facing out of there and it still does it, I wouldn't worry about it. That's not really that serious of an issue. This is common for an Air 2003 with models that have the transparency applied to it. That's going to happen. Now, you could probably just ensure, I guess, that another thing you could do is in the texture itself where you've got your wire map for that area, just make sure it's not bleeding. You know, you don't got too much padding, say for example, if it's not too close, I guess, to the actual you know, the magenta or the pink that's in the texture. That could be it too. So those are just two things you could possibly look at. But even by doing that, if you go to that extent to try and correct that issue, if you're still seeing this happen, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But that's just something that I noticed with it anyway. It's not that major of an issue with it. That's as if you wanted to anyway. Because the monster bridge at all doesn't seem to do that at all. I mean, this piece here is pretty solid from either direction here. In fact, I'll just kind of show this here too. So the monster bridge, solid. Yep. You and your friend ran a 211 race online race. Yeah. See, and that's what I was talking to James about too. The fact that James has had a different experience in comparison to myself as well as you. So just because you're able to run it, you know, that length of a race, I guess, on your system does not mean it's fully optimized, right? It's just really going to depend on people's system is all. Wait, what happened to my stream dashboard? Don't be doing that. I hate when it does that. Yeah, I think I need to refresh that actually. Okay, let me refresh this real quick. Just make sure we're not crashing or anything. I got very minimal applications running here, but even with that being said, I got Max open now, so that's chewing up a lot of memory, that's for sure. Yeah, so just to reiterate, as far as what you got applied here so far, yeah, definitely a step in the right direction. Other than that naming convention to the petty bridge, that can be corrected. I do like that's another thing too. If I didn't make that abundantly clear, the way you've done the these text files, it's a little bit more information than I expected, but it's very useful. So moving forward, as far as like anything that you do apply here, if you're finding other issues or whatever like that, it's like, well, I've already done this to possibly remedy things. You have something to fall back on, right? So the fact that you've got all this information in here, right? So the fact that you got me the PTFs and all that stuff, probably didn't need those, especially if you were keeping the original models, I guess, in the same orientation. I shouldn't have needed that, but it's good that you supplied that, because that way I could see what's going on with it. And I did come to the conclusion it was better to use the PTF you gave me, so that it coincided with the object that you sent me. So that's good. That's good stuff. So I was able to produce a new DAT file, I should say, based on all that new information that I got from you, and then applied it into the sim. And that's really the point that I'm at with it in the game, at least anyway. I was able to make a new DAT file, which is right here, test that out, come to the conclusion that that's good to go, scrap the previous DAT file. Now I'm to the point where another thing I did apply, and I mentioned this last stream, and I'll mention it to you since you're here now. One of the things you want to do, and I'll leave this up to you to do that, is to extend out the outer X sections on the... Now, I've only done it to the one end, and it seems to remedy the drawing issue on both ends of the track. I would apply this same aspect to both ends, just so that it removes that bubbling effect on either end of the track as far as the drawing distance into the grandstands. I went ahead and applied that and then tested it in the sim, and it works beautiful as far as to remove that. But I'll leave that up to you as far as to apply that. on your end, because I'm not 100% sure what else you've done to the track, so that's one reason why I guess I mentioned it that way. Such a pain to make those types of notes when you mess up, and it's handy to have. Yeah, and that's the point I was trying to make with that, James. You haven't had much time to do one track this week. My wife is in the. Oh, sorry to hear that. Damn, that sounds terrible. Well, hopefully she gets better. Yeah, you haven't done any more? Okay, no problem. I mean, I know you're taking your time on it, and that's very much, obviously with those issues going on too. Not trying to rush you at all. I'm just trying to point out as far as some of the things that would need to apply attention to as well. Just to improve on it. So far from what I've been able to test in both mods, as far as both my slashing go, as far as the 98 mod and the Manx 19, the track is, it's getting there. From what I can see, the frame rates are still a little bit low. It doesn't crash, and that's a good thing. We don't get any poly stretching. That's definitely a good thing. But yeah, as far as the other improvements to the other models, as I pointed out, as far as the garages, what I am in the process of doing at this point, with all this being said, is to create. I don't know if you've done that. If you said you haven't done anything further, what I'm going to do is I want to apply your new model for these team haulers. So what I'm in the process of doing is establishing, since you've sent me to 3DS, I've made a max file, a max scene I should say. I'm going to apply these textures that are already applied to the track based on the team haulers, and spit out new models based on the one that you've got there that's at 11 kilobytes. And I think that's going to make another drastic impact in the positive way with the track as far as how it, in the frame rates and whatever. So that's what I'm in the process of doing right now. They're checking your pancreas tomorrow. Yeah, definitely good start not crashing. Or the poly stretching. As far as, especially, I was expecting to see it and it didn't happen. And I was like, whoa. Yeah, so that's a definite improvement. That's a positive improvement to the track. The fact that when I went into the Manx 19, as I showed last week, as far as how it was stretching when I started in the back of the field, that was bad. So we definitely wanted to correct that. So we're definitely moving in the right direction as far as the optimization of these models. And still maintaining a lot of that detail, yeah. So the only thing I'm doing right now, as I said, is to establish a new model. I don't know if you've done it yet or not like that, but this is kind of my method that I've taken to apply to the model that I have. Right now I got the scene open here, but I can create a 3DS out of this. I'm going to apply those individualized textures. And I'm kind of cheating a little bit because I'm only using the one texture and just copying the Goodyear texture, as opposed to just doing the haulers that are in the track and spitting those all out individually. So at least I'll have that texture name assigned to the model, so that way when I make the new model, it's going to apply that that new texture based on what's already in there. Because that texture that's in there, we want to maintain that, right? So that's kind of the method of it. Like I said, I'm kind of cheating a little bit. So these copies, they're all copies of the Goodyear texture. But I'm renaming these so that it coincides with the model that's currently in the track. So that it's just going to be an easy swap once I produce those 3DOs. That's it. Yeah, I'm not... like I said, don't... That is what I've already explained. I'm not worried about what texture is actually applied. It's all in the naming of the texture that's applied to the model, right? This is what we've been able to do with, the MIPS and whatever, different haulers, to make it look like something else, even though it's named whatever. So the fact that this is named Truck 1, I can apply anything to it. In this case, I'm using Goodyear, so I'm just copying that. Whoops. Gosh darn it, anyway. Clicking. Damn mouse, I need to clean it again. So let's I forgot where I landed. I gotta get to truck 24. Yeah, so I gotta continue copy here. That was what I was in the process of doing, at least anyway, prior to chiming in. So that's just to get you hopefully up to snuff a little bit of where we're at. But yeah, we've done quite a bit. We've done a couple tests in the sim. Probably one other thing that I'll note to you, and I'm sure you're already aware of it. Some of the models majority of the models in testing mode, that scripting needs to be redone because all the models are not there in testing. So I imagine that's just your state switches, your weekend state switches, that need to be adjusted on those models so that they show, I guess, during. And then your new models to the two bridges, they don't have a population switch in it, so that you can turn it on or off via depress. So that's very minor adjustments, minor tweaking. Not a big thing, but just to kind of make you aware of that. I wasn't sure if you were, so if you weren't, that's the information I'm passing along. I would definitely put that into consideration, I guess, to apply that appropriately. So we're going to go to 24. And I think that'll add that much more level of immersion to the track. That's for sure. So, like I said, what I'm in the process of doing here is getting all these truck texture files based on the new texture. And these are going to be changed down the road too. That's what's kind of nice about that. I just want to get these textures established to the model so I can spit that out as a 3DO that's applied with these particular. And I'm gonna have to do these. It's gonna obviously, just as you would imagine, it's gonna create the necessity, I guess, to have to do this very repetitively. Fish. I need to do paste. So 20. Leave them because they were considered permanent object. Oh yeah, and I know what you mean, but you still want to be able to turn them off because that's the only thing that shows if I had to. Currently, the way you've got all the other models, that's the only thing that stays showing. I guess is what I meant. So to keep them consistent with the other models, when you push the O key, those bridges stay on, and then it's just the track geometry that stays. It looks kind of odd, I guess that's what it. Now, for what you did with the foam blocks and stuff like that, that's something. Yeah, that's definitely something you want to maintain, like you've got there. But something like the bridges, no. You want to be able to turn those off, I would, along with everything else. Again, just as a suggestion. So you got the Goodyear template is one I made is different from. Oh, cool. So this is something that you've made. You talking about this texture? Right. I'm only using that as a guide, like I said, as far as the size of the texture and all that stuff, and it does coincide with what you already got applied to the team haulers that are already in the track, but those will get replaced. I imagine somewhere down the road. But for now, I at least want to apply. What will happen is when I create these new models based on these texture, all I'm using this for is just an assignment to the model, so that it puts that name of the texture to it, right? Because I want to be able to test this in the sim. That's all I'm using it for. And it'll make sense once I get to that point. It just takes a little bit, I guess, to get to that point is all. Okay, it's 21. We gotta go all the way to 24 at this point first. So it's not going to do me any good, for example, to just use this texture and spit that out however many times because it's not going to have the right texture name assignment to the model. That's the only reason why I can't. I got to do it this way. And it does take a little bit of time, but I think the benefit of doing it that way is definitely worth it. 23, and then we need 24. And I'm not saying at all this is the best approach to take to it, but you are going to need, you are going to need a texture to go along with that model when you spit out the pass file to either script it or whatever, so that it's got that proper texture name assignment to it. You got a PSD. Well, that's even better. That's even better. I'm kind of cheating here a little bit, like I said. So 24. So whatever you have at your disposal, I guess, to be able to expedite that process, that's going to be more benefit to you. I need to go back to the track folder here. I was comparing the original. So that model that you've got is in the middle of the original Pappy model as far as that. It's a little over 9 kilobytes. Yours is 11, and then the one that's in there currently is at 20.2. So yours is right in the middle. So I think that's definitely going to be, you know, a step above slightly with the original Pappy model, but less than what's already currently in there. And I think that's going to make a definite impact in a positive fashion with the track. So that's why I want to test it by doing what I'm doing. All right, so we stopped at 24. So now we go to 27, 31. Yeah, so it kind of spaces out here a little bit. So 27, 31, 32. Let's do that. Copy that. Paste. 27. And then it goes to 31 and then 32. And we do 32. Okay. Yeah. Nope. 132. Let's see. I have filled up the slot machine, so you should win back. Probably not wrong there. Yeah. Racer James went to town, I guess, on the slot machine. He was able to get a jackpot and just on every emote. The robot, the little red dude, the sad face, and the Kappa. So he's got an all jackpot. It did cost him. Yeah, I think he's, like he's mentioned earlier, he's kind of broken even at this point. But yeah, he was going nuts with that. 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay. 33, 34, 35. Okay. 33. 34. Yeah, see, I'm definitely going to need these anyway, so regardless of how you establish all these files that you would need to apply to the model prior to export, yeah, the fact that you've got those PSDs like you mentioned, Torch, that's definitely a good thing. Okay. But you will need those. 435. Okay, so 35. It goes to 38. 41, 42, okay. So 38. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. 38, 41, 42. $41. 42. I'm only doing them like 3 at a time so that I don't have to think too much in my brain. Kind of overload it. So 42 is the last one. Alright, so 40, 42, 43. So now we got 43, 47, 48. 43. 47. And something else I was showing there earlier as far as the reason you do not want to use 3D SimEd even to apply a new texture assignment, because it will increase the number of polys to it even with just a simple texture assignment. I made that reestablish that fact as well. So even if I did want to open up the 3DO and 3D SimEd and just apply that new texture to it, when you spit that out as a 3DO via 3D SimEd, it's still going to increase that file size and the number of polys. So you don't want to do that. You want to have that raw file to run that through 3ds Max, get the pass file and so on. You want to go from that direction. Absolutely. So rename this 48. Alright, so from 48. This is a very tedious process, I do understand, but it is necessary to be able to get what we want to produce out of max anyway. So 48, 55, 78. So we got a 55. So 55, 78. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty though here now. $78. Now after 78, we got 83, 88. So 83, 88. So 83, 88. Okay, so we got 88. Okay, now we're got to 95 is the last one. Cool. And we'll look and see how many we have here once we get this one done. 95 is the last one. Yeah, they do definitely kind of jump around a little bit. Alright, so how many files do we got? So we got 1 through 38, and I think that's what we ended up with last time, as far as 38 truck haulers, I guess, to be able to establish there. So 38 pass files we're going to need once we get this all said and done. Cool. Yep, so we close that. Yeah, what I was doing earlier too, I had these open, I was comparing what has been replaced, and as you can tell right off the bat just by looking at these file sizes from what's been replaced, and just these two bridges. The fact that you've got, as far as all your new files here anyway, that was something else I was showing. So this new petty bridge ends up being 16 kilobytes. The new monster bridge is at 26. And when you compare that to the original files, this is all, you know, just highlights and, you know, summarizing. Right off the bat, as far as these braces, definite decrease. Right off the bat, as far as between the Monster Bridge Extra. So yeah, definitely shows in the sim now, as far as and not having to load all these polys up in the sim. When I tested that Max 19 last week, as far as getting all the poly stretching and the eventual crash at desktop, that's why. That's a big part of it anyway. So that's what I was showing earlier. So definite improvements there. I can go ahead and close these now. And that's something to look back on too, as far as like, okay, I tried this. You know, if that did or did not work, you have something to fall back on. It's all creating, you know, a histogram, I guess, as far as the overall track build. So, okay. So now from this point, what I can do, and I've got my scene open here. Now I can apply all those individualized textures to that and make those. And actually, what I'll do without. I already said this earlier. I need to go into Max 5 so I can use that 3ds and apply the texture to that so I can make the pass files. Right now, I don't have any scripting to this. I could probably apply one. I could whip one up really quick just to apply it. So these only show, say for example, during testing and race, and not any else. However you want to apply it. In fact, I don't know how these are applied. Let me check this out. I'm kind of curious now. I am kind of curious. So let's see. If we go, right now we're in race mode. State variable, let's put it on weekend. You only got to select few that show. Gotcha. That's kind of cool. So let's do state value. So if we go to practice qual, got that. So they are showing during basically race weekend, just not in testing. We got to select few that are. So I'll leave that up to you, Torch, as far as like what haulers you want to apply that. That's definitely at your discretion as far as what you want to do there, as far as which haulers you want to show it in different sessions. I'm just going to take the approach of only having them show during a race weekend, just for my purposes. that's the way I'll design that script. So what I'll do is get out of this, reset, yes. I'm going to open up Max 5, and I'll spit all these individualized pass files so that I can produce those based on the script. Okay. Yeah, need Max 5. There we go. Okay. Something that I have done in just an effort of trying to figure out, I guess, what's going on with my system, as I have removed several other games and other applications that I weren't using as much. I have reestablished putting back in Max 18 at this point, and part of the reason, I guess, for doing that is I was trying to figure some things out with Wreckfest, and I did figure some things out. It's a little bit of a cheeky way to do that. I'll go into that in another stream. As far as being able to apply your own custom skins and libraries, I guess, to your vehicles. It's a little bit of a cheeky way, I guess, of doing it. It does not show, so I'll just say that now. The pictures that I put out there, I guess, on the Spline Design's Facebook group page and in the Discord, that only shows on your end, as far as the player end. So if you go into a multiplayer server, they're not going to see it. So that's just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea. But at least if you're streaming it, you know, for my purposes, we'll have a custom car, I guess, to be able to showcase anyway. But I'll go into that in a different stream. So now that we're in Max 5, but that was part of the reason that created the necessity to have to open up or get Max 2018 reassigned, because I was able to open up the example model that they have in Wreckfest using that. It won't open up with any other older version of Max other than 18 for my purposes, at least anyway. I'm sure it'll open anything beyond 2018, but I tried in 14 as well as 14 was not no-go, and 18 worked fine. So what do you mean to Wreckfest? Oh, I thought they added paint shop. No, I wish they would. No, that was something I've been mentioning that, I guess, in several streams, as far as, once I do figure something out, I would share it, and that's what I did. Once I did figure something out, so I did. Yeah, I wish they would have apply that to Wreckfest, that's for sure. Whether or not they will, that's still yet to be seen, but so far, no. But like I said, I'll go into that in another stream once I get some more information about how that works. Alright, we need to go into this one here and open up this 3DS. Completely replace. Do not convert. Boom. So there's our model. Okay. Beautiful. So there's our model. This is the one that Torch has put together. And you can already tell right off the bat, it's very well put together as far as, the polys. And even in comparison to I've done this comparison already, I guess, with the original Pappy model. It's very much fine-tuned, I guess, as far as like that. You can kind of tell just the way these polys are selected here. Just how refined it is. Pretty good job on that. So that's why I want to test this. So it's like middle ground as far as what the original Pappy model was, and the one that's currently in the track, which is obviously too beefy. I think my playlist is over again. Man, that time keeps flying by. Alright, let's get that back going again. Alrighty then. So, yep, all we got to do at this point, we're going to keep. Now we can get really picky with this one here if we wanted to. I'm going to keep the truck shape name pretty generic on this route. I'm just going to do truck hauler. This should be good enough. So it'll be generic in that sense. So regardless of what texture we applied to it, that name is going to stay generic. And that's only what shows up when you open up the 3DO in Notepad. Right? That's really all that comes down to. But just to kind of keep that general. So what I can do is go to my material editor, establish my workspace here. What I'll initially apply here is the one for truck 1, and just go right down the line. So I had Truck X open last time. What I want to open up is this one. And even though these are all just a copy of the same texture with different names, that doesn't matter. What's really critical, I want to make that abundantly clear, is just the name of that texture to the model. So all I would have to do is just apply that, like so. Make sure it's actually applied to the model prior to pass export. That's definitely a must. Make sure it is applied physically to the model, just like so. Now once I get this applied like this, it's going to become much more apparent as to why I did what I did. So I do export. I'll have to make a separate pass file, and I'm going to put these all in what I'm considering my working folder here. And I want to do this as a pass file. That's why I come into Max5, and I'm going to name this truck underscore 1. Like so, and I'm going to spit that out. Now I'm going to confirm that it did save that. Right there. Now, I could go even further. I'm going to make a folder to put these in inside of here. So I'll make this just, I'll make a 3DS folder, and I'll move this over to it. And I'll put all those consecutive ones in that folder so it's separate. That way I can just come to here and grab those. And that's just for ease of confirming that it's there anyway. Let's see, is the polygon below? Wait a minute. Is the polygon below the front bumpers? You switched? What do you mean switched? Are you talking about flipped? I don't know. We can check it. I don't think so. Looks like it's good to me. And the way you can tell on that is it'll have like a duller highlight to it. In fact, just to confirm, let's go like this. We're going to disapply the texture. The heck? Oh, I know why. I gotta get out of this. Gotta make sure I'm on the main transform there. There we go. Boom. So let's put it back to no texture. So if I touch the polys here, it doesn't look flipped to me. Now, the way we can be able to tell that it's flipped, it would turn like a really dark highlight. I don't think it is, though. It does look like there's one missing here, though. Oh, maybe that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Talking about maybe this poly here that's missing. Yeah, below the bumper. Maybe this one. Is there a poly there? There's like something. There's a poly missing here. It looks like actually. Let me see here. Let me see here. Oh, there it goes. Yep. So there is one that's flipped right there. Good catch. Yeah, so there's a flipped poly right there. Yeah, so the fact that we can't see it from this side is definitely flipped right here. So I can probably spit that out as a new 3DS. That's a pretty easy fix, actually. Yeah, it's right here. She's right there. She's flipped. So what I can do, I'm going to convert this to an editable poly. And then I'll go back into poly. We'll select that. Now, because I can't see it here, the fact that I went underneath here, you can definitely see it's selected there. That's definitely flipped. So let's go ahead and flip it. Yeah, right here. Boom. So flip that back there, so now it's flipped. So now I can say this is a new 3DS. And then it looks like, let me see here. Is there another poly? There's a little ledge there, I guess you could say. Is that flipped as well? Let's check that out. Whoop. Or is that just missing? And that's probably not going to make a difference. If that one's not there, that's probably fine. As far as this little ledge right there. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. So the fact that we leave that one out there, I was double checking to make sure that wasn't a flip poly as well. Yeah, that's definitely not really needed because you're not going to see it. Very little bit of detail. So the fact that that's just kind of adding like a little bit of a bumper, and this would be this lower half here that I just flipped would be like where the tires are at and such. Cool. So now that that's flipped, it's a good mention though. So you remembered something. I would have totally forgot about it, to be honest. So the fact that it doesn't really change the dynamics of the model. The poly was still there, it was just flipped the wrong way. Right? So what I can do from here is create a new 3DS. Yeah, just that way. So I'll spit this out as a new 3DS. I'm going to still maintain that original 3DS that we had. Let's go back to 3DS. So I will not step on this original model, but I'll go like this. And I'll go like this to new. Underscore new. Like this. So I'm maintaining that original. Yes. Okay. So all I've done in this case here is to maintain the original 3DS that you sent me. But I got this new one here. Let me know that that's been adjusted there. Now from there, even though I bring that into max, once I spit it out as a pass file, obviously I can rename that. And with that being done, I'm going to go redo that one for truck 1. So it has that poly flipped properly. So let's go into this texture, apply it, there we go. And we'll spit that pass file back out. So we'll go into here, go back to pass file, and we're going to overwrite this one. Yes, please. Boom. Alright, so now from here, what I can really do, if I wanted to, so not that I did what I did there, I just noticed something else I can do. I'm still going to need all these textures eventually, as far as just to establish, let me think here. So I guess what the point I was going to try to make here, from this point here, the way this model is designed, and this is why I had to make the separate textures, I could probably do something really cheeky. I don't know if I really want to even get into it, but there's a way that you can go into the 3DS format itself, or the pass itself, I should say, and actually adjust this. So I'm going to show this really quick. I don't want anybody to get too like mind blown, but there is a means to be able to edit this pass file, because all it is just numbers, right? So you do have the ability to adjust the texture. So the fact that I applied truck 1 to this, I can do a search. Hold on, search, find, and then do truck underscore 1, and then it'll search for that. There's the MIP file right there. In this case, the bitmap. You can change this right here and save that. So by doing this way, I can make several copies of the pass file, edit this line, and then it'll automatically apply those textures that I have, because you're still going to need those. So this is just another way of being able to edit. So instead of spitting out pass file after pass file, I can make copies of it, come into here and edit that, and that's another way to do it. So I just wanted to kind of show that. I didn't want to blow too many minds, but that's something else you can do with the pass file. As long as you're only touching just this texture assignment, don't touch anything else, because that'll affect as far as how the model is. All these other numbers are based on UV mapping and all that stuff. You don't want to touch that. So it's just kind of show you that's what you can't. That's the other thing you can do. Yeah, these pass files can be edited, but that's just another method to do it. I just wanted to kind of show that real quick. But the approach I'm going to take to this anyway is right in 3ds Max itself, just to kind of keep it, you know, not mind blown. Those texture files all need that. So the way this model is presented in here is with the truck 1. So now I want to get it to truck 2. So I'm just going to change that in this assignment here. Go to here and then choose truck 2. Now it's truck 2. Now because it's the same texture, you know, as far as the look of it, I can see that it's truck 2 right there. I'm going to apply that to the model. It's not going to change, right? So you want to make sure. That's just one way to check the pass file. I guess that's why I wanted to show that, to make sure that it's got the right texture assigned to it, right? That's just the double check anyway. So let's do a file export as another pass file. We're going to rename this to truck 2. Like so. And then what I can do, I don't have to do this for every one, but I just want to show how you can go into this. And I use Notepad++ for this. It makes the lines. If you do it in Notepad, it's a little bit more, you can do it, it's just, it's not as clearly defined. I like Notepad++ to do this type of thing. So if you have that, it's great. So I do find and then search for truck 2, and I just want to ensure that that's what is actually applied to this pass file, which it is. So that's just to double check that. So you can do that either just to double check, or you can just make copies of the pass file, edit that line as far as what a texture assignment is to it, and do it that way as well. Either way you do it, that'll give you the same result. Either just spinning the pass file out directly from 3D Max, competitively, or repeatedly, or just edit the pass file, and copy those and change it. Yeah, so most of the new hauler have triaxles. Oh, I was just like, what are you talking about there? Yeah, I got what you're saying. So you're just talking about the actual texture itself. I haven't paid attention to that. I'm gonna go by your word as far as like what you know to be true. I wasn't even thinking of that, to be honest. But yeah, even with that being said, if you want to make it a little bit easier on yourself, what you could do, so that you didn't have to do that step as far as to check and make sure it's got the proper texture applied, what you could do on each of these individual textures, I already done the first two, I could probably go into my paint program and just put a colored line on it, so I know when I apply it in Max, I know it's applying the right one. So I could put like numbers on it, just to kind of, for my purposes, I don't need to do that. I can always check those to make sure, just the way I showed. But that's something to think about anyway, as far as methods to kind of make your life a little easier. Alright, so this one now has truck 2, so now I need to apply truck 3 and so on, and go right on down the line. Okay, so we'll go ahead and apply truck. I hate that I cannot expand this out on Max 5. I can in 14, but not in Max 5. So there's truck 3. Make sure it's applied. Now what I was saying is, because these textures are all the same, I can't tell that it actually changed until I export it out and check the pass file. I don't need to do that every time. I'm just showing that's the way you can check it. Hopefully that's understandable. Okay, so export. Change this to a 3. And boom. So that's our 3, and just double check that it did. Spit that out, and there we go. So it's really repetitive from that, from any perspective, but this is what we need to do to reestablish these new 3DOs. So we go to 4. Yep, so next one. So you can see how it might be necessary, and I'll probably go ahead, I'll do this 4, and then I'll go ahead and make copies of the pass file, and then I'll just change them that way. Just to kind of show you, just to kind of go back and forth. Now that I've already showed you, I might as well go ahead and, but this is something that I have done in the past too. So truck 4, I want to make sure it's applied. Okay. And then I'll go export. Go to this and just change this to a 4. So now that I've shown at least a few here as far as how that would be, if you've got a lot of these files, like I got a better part of 38 of these to do, that's going to be very tedious to do it the way that I'm doing it right here. So what does alleviate a little bit is to do it the way I was showing, is just to make copies of this one here. I'm going to ensure that this is on. Changes to truck 4. That is good. Okay, so what I'll do, now that I know that that's good to go, I'll copy this pass file. And I got four of these files done, so I need 34 more. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this 34 more times. So I got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So now what I should have in here entirely is 38 files. As long as I got 38 files, I know I'm good. Now from here, I gotta just rename them. And I can, what I would do normally is probably put these in on a separate monitor. So that's probably what I'll be doing here as I do these, so that I know which ones I gotta do. So in this other window, I've got all these other track files. I'm gonna make a new window out of this and put that over there, so I know exactly which ones I would need to make. Okay, so I've already got 4, so I gotta go all the way to 7 before I go to 10. Let's just show it that way. Let's do this. Yeah, open this in a new window. That way I've got this one over here. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just keep that there. Why not? There we go. I know that's all on another monitor, so yeah. You're like, what the heck is he talking about? Alright, so this one's going to be truck 5. So that's the first step I'm going to do anyways, is to rename these to their appropriate file. So I got to do 5, 6, 7. Now I could probably even expedite this a little bit further by doing it. In fact, I think I will do that. I'm going to copy this name, less the extension. Copy that. Then I'm going to rename. Step on that. Paste. Now this one's going to be 7. Now they have that still on the, whoops, dang it. It's 67. Didn't go back far enough. There we go. Now I still have that on the clipboard, so I would just be able to go rename. Step on that. Paste. And just change that one to 10 as the next one. Okay, then it goes 10, 11, and skips 12. Paste. Shake this one to 10. Okay. Hopefully get the idea. So either way, it'll take a little bit of time, but to me, I think it's a little bit less time to do it this way. Yeah, I kind of screwed that one up. That's alright though. Truck 11, so we don't have a 12, we got a 13. Yeah, so either way, what I find doing it this way is it's a little bit tougher to get it on that side of the extension. 13. Ah, dang it, screwed that one up too. Forgot to take the 6 out of it, that's what I forgot. There we go. Simple fix. Okay, 14. Yeah, so when I copied it with the 6 in it, so I gotta make sure I take the 6 out of it. 14. Rename. Oops, did it again. Screwed that one up. That's right though. Paste. So this one's 15. Damn it, get the 6 in there again. Okay, so 15. What else I got here? Whoop. I'll put it back over here. That's fine. So you can all see what I'm doing here. So 15 all the way to 24. Gotta go all the way to 24. So rename. Step that out. Paste. Step 6 out. So we stopped at 15. So we got 16. Damn it. Why isn't that taking that 6 out of there? Yeah, goofy bastard. Alright. Gotta make sure I get that 6 out of there that I copied is all. Yeah. Still making sure it's maintaining the extension too as far as the pass file. Yeah. That's definitely important. Definitely important. Oh, I see what I did when I copied it. I still had the dot. That's what it is. So when I went over, I'm not moving. Okay. I was trying to figure out what the heck. That's alright though. That's just the way I copied it is all. Damn it, screwed that up again. I always like to keep it highlighted so I can just step it all the way out. Okay. 19. It's maybe not, you know, that much faster, but in my opinion, I guess it is. Maybe it's just a mind thing, but either way, it's going to take a little bit to be able to establish these pass files is all. So either if you do it from Max or the way I'm doing it, that's up to you. Definitely an option anyway. Oops, took out the underscore. 21. Okay. Rename. So we got 22. 22, 23 and 24. Okay, 24, and then we skip 27. Yeah, so just to kind of show, go from 24, 27, 31, so on. Seven. $31. 32. Getting there. Okay, 32. Oops, where did I left off? 33, 34, 35. Whoops. Trying to get both of them in one swoop there. That's not going to work though. 35. Oops, took the underscore out. 35. Okay. So I'm just going to give you all. So 35. And we got 38, 41, 42. 38. 41 and 42. Okay, and then we got 43. 43, and then we go 43, wait a minute, 47, 48, 48, and then it goes to 55. 55. So it kind of gives you gives you a sense of oh shuzbut. This one's got 2 dots in it. Jumped ahead there. That's 55. There we go. So yeah, it goes from 55, 78, 83, 88. Wait, was that 73? 78, 83. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it gives you a sense of based on these copies here, you know how many guys you should have left. So that's another good check there anyway. Okay, so 78. $83, $88. Whoops, screwed that up. $83. Should have one more yet. I need a 95 yet. I think I screwed up with some of them. I have to go through these and double check them. Yeah, I should have a 95. Let's see here. Where did I screw up? Yeah, we should have one for 95 yet. Let's see here. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Did I do a 36? No. 35, 38. Somewhere I goofed. So we should have select all. 38 files. I goofed somewhere. Oh, I got 2 10s. My bad. Whoopsie. Yep. No problem here. I'll have to renumber these real quick. Yeah, let's go right from here. We'll have to renumber these. Got 2 10s. Yeah, one's got 2 dots in it. Hold on, that's the one I want to keep. This one needs to be... Son of a biscuit, that's going to screw me up. Alright, let me do it this way. I'm going to delete this one. Or just rename this one as 95. How about that? Now that we know where the bottom area is. Yeah, so this one has got 2 dots in there. It's kind of hard to see it, but yeah, it's got 2 dots. After the number. Boom. Now we got all of our... That is all of our trailer files there. Looks like my Steam needs to update. Not there yet, buddy. Not during my live stream here. We'll do that later. Okay, so we already did 1 through 4, so I'm going to go into here and edit these up here. So what I can do is do a search, and I'm going to take the number out of it and just have to look for truck underscore, and it'll make it a little bit easier and faster that way. So I might have to do a couple clicks, but that's okay. So to this point, I want to change this one. Wait a minute, what happened here? Truck Goodyear. Oh, never mind. That's actually fine. So yeah, I want to double check that on that. So the only thing I need to change is this right here. I'm gonna double check on the other one here. Is this right? That. Save it and close it. Let me double check on this one here real quick just to make sure. Okay, let's do a search. Fine. Truck underscore. Yeah, that's be good. So the only thing I want to change is that number in the bitmap texture. Okay, so we'll just go through each one of these. Search, fine. Boom, boom. Change this one to 6. Okay, save that, close it. 7, open the notepad. Search, find. Boom, boom. Yeah, it keeps putting that right in the middle. It's bugging me. 7. File save. Another thing I can do is I can close this one here, and then I can just open right from this. It should go right to that. Yep, there to that directory. Kind of save me a little bit of time too. So that was 7, so we're doing 10. That way it'll keep this over here. Like that. Change this to a 10. File, save it, close, open. Crap, that's not what I wanted to do. Getting a little click happy. So 10, 11. Search, find. 11. File, save, close. Open. Yeah, see, I can stretch this out too if I wanted to. So no 12, we got 13. Fine. 13. File, save. Close, open. 14. Let's go right on down the line. So add a 1 to that one. File, save, close. Open 15. Now see, from here too, I can also tell by the times that I got on this, where I left off. So the last one I did was right here. So by looking at the details here, this is the last one I did. So if I lose track, if I have to step away, by doing it this way, I can tell where I left off based on the time. That's another handy little doodad to that. So this one's 15. A lot of editing, but yep, this is what was necessary. So whether you do it this way than I'm doing it, or like I said, right directly from Max, to spit those out there as far as to reapply those textures one after the other, it's still relatively going to take about the same time. It's not. This is not really quicker. It's just another way to do it. I guess that's the only point I want to make. It's still going to take you a while to do it, regardless of which way you do it. Okay, 16. Save. 17. But amongst like I was showing earlier, because as far as being able to edit the actual 3DO, that's the big difference between the way these. Oh crap! I closed it out. Between oh shoot, what was I saying? As far as being able to edit the 3DO and the pass file. The pass file you can. What I found to be successful, you can do it with Notepad as well. Just you cannot edit that texture assignment in a 3DO. So make that abundantly clear. So as left off with this one right there, it should still have all my settings in here, hopefully. I just have to move that back over here. Yep, file save. Close. Open. Yep. 19. Right down the line. I just got a little carried away and closed that out a little prematurely as well. $19. So now we're on 20. Halfway through. We're getting there. Whoops, that was 21. Yeah, just making sure. Now the other thing I could do, if I really wanted to, I can keep this same file open, and as long as I remember, I can put this on my other screen here. I can save a new pass file based on this same one and just adjust this one texture. That's another approach I can take to it, and I have done that. So like, for example, I know I can go up to 24. Yeah, looking at that. I can change this to 22. Save this as, and instead of doing 21, I'll do it as a 22. And that should work as well. Yes. So I can do it this way as well. Change this to a 23. This might save a little bit of time doing that, but just showing all the different ways that you can necessarily approach this is all. So I can just do that. This is still 22. I'm going to do a save as. Change this to 23. It'll ask me to overwrite. Yes. So now I can stay right in this area and just adjust all these numbers. So 24 is the last one. In that group. Save as. 24. Save. Yes. Now we're at... So double check this here. So from 24, 27, and 31. So go with 27. File save as 27. Save 31. Okay. File save as 31. This is another advantage to saving with Notepad++, I suppose. You can do this with Notepad, just regular Notepad, but I highly recommend Notepad++. Highly, highly, highly. So that's 31. So our next one is 32, 33. Okay, so change this to 32. File save as. Change it to 32. 33. So at least it gives you some flexibility as far as like if you want to keep doing it the one way, but if you want to move a little bit more efficient with it, more fluid with it, you can definitely do it this way as well. 33. Okay. Wait. Yeah. 33. 34, 35. 34. So instead of doing the search and all that stuff, it's saving some steps in that regard too. But I'm able to stay right at this point here. Not have to keep scrolling down and searching and all that good stuff. It's good to have options. I guess to be able a little bit more. But regardless of which way you want to do it, I mean, it's not the wrong way. Okay, so we're at 35. We go to 38, 41. So the one clue at this point would be like if you're not getting the option, it gets to overwrite, I guess, what's already there at this point, then you know you're doing something wrong. You might have had the wrong number. But I've got this on the other monitor, so I'm able to look at what's next. So file save as 42. But see, if it doesn't show up in here, for example, as far as to give you the option to overwrite, then you know you did something wrong. 43. 43. And we go to 47. $48. $55. Oops, almost went down too far. 78. 83. $88. And 95. And that should be all. 95. Boom. So just to confirm, in our folder here, we should have all those are done. That should be, yep. So if I look at the times stamps on all those have been redone. So took a little bit of time, but obviously it's a little bit faster doing it just that secondary way that I did there. Just another method. So if you want to spit them out, each pass file, I guess, from 3ds Max individually, as far as apply the texture, spit it out, or go directly into the pass file, make a copy of however many you need, and just adjust those texture assignments, I guess, on each pass file like I did. That's just another means of being able to do it. So from here, I've got all the pass files that I need with their proper texture assignments. The only thing I don't have now is the script, which I can whip one up here really quick. Just gotta go get to my folder here. I'll use a sample, a sample deal here. Let's go here. I'm gonna go into my archives here. I gotta remember where I put that darn thing. Here it is. Here's my scripting stuff. So I've got this over on the this is posted over at the Spline Design Studios. At least it should be, last I checked. I'll have to double check that, I guess, afterwards. But yeah, I do have a couple of different examples as far as a simple script and a multi-script. So if you got more than one pass file, for example, we've only got one pass file, repetitively done. So we don't have a grouping of pass files to make one model, for example. So I only need this one right here. So I can open this one up, and I'll create a script based on this. Whoa, right off the bat on the slots. 3 little smiley faces, or sad faces, I'm sorry. Slots. GG's on that. So let's go ahead and rename this. We're going to go new team haulers. And I won't make this specific to Dover or anything like that. I'll just do new team haulers so they can be applied to whatever. I'll just put my name, so we know who made it, and then put the date on it. What's the date? Oh, closing on to the... Man, this month went by fast. So, if I haven't said that enough already. Put the date on it, and then from this thing here, it doesn't really matter as far as the containers, but if I want to adjust those, I can do that. The pass file that we're dealing with initially here, and we'll have to create individualized scripts for this if we want to, just one right after the other. So once we establish one, we'll be able to copy that and just change as far as what 3DO we're spitting out, as well as what pass we're using. So yeah, once again, as far as like, because it's otherwise the same model, but because the texture is different, the naming of the model is different, we'd have to create individualized scripts for that in order to be able to spit those out individually. So yeah, already the 29th is crazy. Yeah, it is the 29th, isn't it? Thank you for correcting me on that. I happened to look over there. It's like, I was looking up at the calendar. Yep, you're not wrong. Let's change that. So it is the 29th. Let me go ahead and adjust that then. I'm getting ahead of myself. So yeah, we are gonna have to create 38 separate scripts in order to do this. I guess if I didn't make that clear. So for this one, we want it to be truck_1 dot pass. And then here is where we can establish when we want the models to show. I'm not going to worry about the containers. These container names, I'm going to leave them just as they are. What's critical, I guess, as far as the pass file and what we want the final 3DO to be named. Okay, so, and then when we want it to show. And what states. So we could do this. So do _1. And then this one, the way I've got it designed, weekend state switch will only show, yep, during race mode. Yeah, I can see I'm just checking my notes here. So this will only show in the during the race session, and that's what I want. And then the population switch, we'll have that applied too. It'll take this weekend switch, and so you'll be able to turn these on or off via the press of the O key in the sim. So just with that being done, just those 2 lines, as far as to establish that, those are the most critical at this point. So now what I'll do is I'll save this. I'm gonna get out of this. Crap, and I goofed because I wanted to make a copy of that. Son of a biscuit. Okay, no problem. I'm gonna reestablish this. And I do, like I said, I need to check this here really quick now that I've said that. I want to double check to make sure I still do have this available at the site. I'm pretty sure it's still there, but I want to double check this here real quick. Let's take a visit over to the Spline Design Studio website. Here we go. Let's bring this on over here. We're gonna go check this out. I did make some adjustments on there. I do have Deuce MS over at his thing, and I'm gonna do a little plug out for Deuce. He's been doing a playthrough on the Dairyland map that's produced. That's 100% available free over at the Spline Design Studios website here. Just gonna do a quick little plug on that real quick. There you go. You've seen it. When I want to go into the Enter 2003 stuff, I want to ensure that it's still here. So I'm going to go into this category, and we've got some utilities, and I got the camera jig. So I do not have this here. My bad. I will make sure I'll do good on that to make sure I put that available on here. As far as that scripting for anybody that does want to use. I do have the camera jig still here, obviously, but I'll make good on putting that script available on the Spline Design Studios website so that you all have it. Alright, so what I did was I stepped on my file here, and I didn't want to do that. I do have this, I believe, also. If you are on the Rock Nation Discord, I do have this available. For crying out loud, I do have this available on the Rock Nation Discord under the Enter 2003 files. So if you are in here and you have that that role for it, I do have it under editing. And there's some new information by Mystical as far as his development of the ICR mod. Very cool. If you haven't checked it out, highly recommend. I guess you check it out if you want. Done a really good job on that. Took a lot of insight and whatever from Cosmin over at Splash and Go. Let me see here. I'm pretty sure I've got it in here. I don't have it in here either. My goodness, am I slacking. I will have to make good on this though. Oh, here it is right here. So it's under utilities. So I do have this available on the Rock Nation Discord. !social in the chat, whatever, if you want to jump on the Rock Nation Discord, and it's under the Enter 2003 stuff. So if you don't have this role and you would like to get that role, feel free to DM me, and I will get you set up on that. But I do have that that multi-pass, and that I'm gonna go ahead and download this, because I want to replace that back so I have that for my disposal. Because I goofed. I meant to make a copy of this before I saved it, but I will definitely make good. Gotta minimize that. Gotta get to that desktop. So many folders open. Alright, so here's my new thing here. So it's got a lot of information in here. I'm just gonna spit this out right here. Extract. It's in its own folder. It has a little bit of a readme to it. Let you know what's going on as far as like what we need to adjust on it. All I need to redo is just get this and put that back into my files over here. Yeah, so this one right here. So I stepped on my original file, so I'm going to reestablish that. Now what I want to do is make a copy of this. That's where I goofed. Now I can rename this to this Truck X. I want to maintain that extension for PSG. Yeah, so let's name this Truck X. And actually, I should already have one of these established, but I figure if anything else, I'll just go through the motion, I guess, as far as how to set up a script. I do have one previously made up, I guess, as far as for my own model. that I done prior to what Torch has done with his Goodyear model. Whoops, I'm gonna do. I don't need the PSG on it, I guess. Truck X, that's what I wanted. So that should still have the PSG file extension. I do have this registered on my system, so I just got it so that I can open up with Notepad. Is all. So from here, I'm gonna cut this one out and put this into our working folder here. With all that, and then from here, all I have to do is just adjust the name of that. Yeah, so open this up. Now I'll just go ahead and reapply all of this. As I stepped on my original file, and I want to do that, so no problem. So we go new team haulers. Just a couple line adjustments is all. So I'll put my name on this. Let me know who did it. Who created this particular script, and then the date. So I'll do 8/29/20. And then the only two lines we really need to adjust is just this pass file and then our final 3DO. So in this case, for this one, we want to do truck 1. And we'll have to make multiple ones of these, like I said. And I want to, oh, it's got to be an underscore one, my bad. Almost goofed. There we go. And that's all I would need to change. So I'll do save. Now from here, what I can do is I can rename this to its own. I'll just do this one as truck 1. And now I can make 37 more copies of this. That's basically how that's going to work. So I'll do copy, paste. So it's 2, 3, 4. Ah, crap. Run out of room here. 5, 6. Dang it. 7. Dang it, I can run out of room. So I got 7 so far. Yeah, and I can tell by that. You gotta have room to do this, that's for sure. Here, let's do it this way. 8, 9. Ah, crap. Ah, you're killing me, Smalls. Alright, hold on. It's a better way to do this here. I'm gonna do this way. I'm gonna create another folder in here, just to keep this with that. I got to adjust my environment here, so we already got 7 of them. So let's go ahead and copy this one over again. Jump into here. We'll do 8, 9. Oh, come on! Why are you doing this to me? What? Why is it doing that? The frick? I don't know why it's not doing an automatic copy. What did I do wrong? Should automatically be creating another copy. What the frick is going on? Huh. Alright. You wise guy. Son of a biscuit. That's not what I want to do. Alright, let's try copying it here. Maybe I got to be within that folder. There we go. So I got to be within that particular folder. That makes sense, I suppose. Damn Windows anyway, I'm telling you. Head to bed. We'll catch that. No problem there, Richard James. I'm just going to try and get this to the point where, yeah, where I can get to test these out with these new haulers is all. I know this is it's a very lengthy process, but this is what we need to do, I guess, to establish these new haulers. I'm not doing anything that wouldn't be something you would have to do. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me copy all these in here. Actually, let me just redo this. How about that? I got all discombobulated there. Delete those. Cut this. We'll put them back in here. This will be easier. So we paste. There we go. Delete that one. We'll start all over again. Alright, so here we go. Copy. Paste. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Okay, so that's 30. Wait, one more. There we go. So that should be 38 files. Right? Let's double check that. Yep, 38 files we got there. So we got our truck one all the way through whatever we need there. So now we can rename these. So I know I had 1 through 7. Oh, looking at my other monitor here. So we'll do this to 7. In fact, let's do this. Do properties, copy this. Make it easier on ourselves. Alright, so we'll do paste. This will be, whoops, I already went to 7, my bad. I didn't mean to do that, but that's okay. So we can do this as truck 2. No problem. Rename this one truck 3. Rename. Paste. Truck 4. 5 and 6. Whoops, kind of screwed that one up. That's alright though. And then we jump to 10. So much the same process as we did with everything else. Just trying to establish all these individual files that we'll need to be able to spit out those individual textures, 3DOs with the appropriate texture. So this will be 11 and 13. So 11. 13. Okay, so we're at 13. I'm just going to try to show. I don't need this one anymore. I'm good on that. Alright, so we stopped at 13, 10, 11, 13, 14, all the way to 24. Yep. Yep, so 10, 11, 10 through 24, basically, yep. Makes it a little bit easier because when I paste this in here, I already got the 1 in there. So once I get to 2, I'll have to change more than that. But yeah, for the most part, that makes it a little bit quicker. So that's 16. Nope, we need 17. 18. Whoopsie. Got a little click happy there. $19. $20. $21. 22. $23. $24. Okay, and then from 24, 27, 31. But you can see what I was talking about earlier as far as like when you do these copies. Gives you an idea of how many more you should have left. Shit, what did I say? No, I screwed up. I missed 27, my bad. So I gotta do 27 as well. So do 27. Just remember, don't do another 31. 31, 32. 33. 35 or skip to 38, okay. Then we go to 41. 42. 43. 47. 48. 55. As in, I can't drive 55. 78. 83. 88. 95. Now what we're going to have to do post fact is we're going to have to go into each one of these still and adjust the so we already did it for the initial truck 1. So for truck 2, we'll just have to go in here and edit these lines here, change this to 2. Save that. Close it. Truck 3. Truck 3. Save that. And I'm coinciding with what I need to change it to based on the name of the actual script at this time. This is PSG. So 4. So again, leaving myself, if I was to have to step away, that's kind of what I keep in mind. If I were to step away, I know where I left off. Not only after I save this, but I can tell if I didn't, if I had to step away without changing that, I say, okay, I got truck 4 open, I got to change that to truck 4. If I save it and close it, I can look at the timestamp. I can say, okay, I left off at this one. So that's leaving myself some room as far as to say, if I have to step away or come back to it later, I know where I left off. Just little tricks of the trade, I guess, as far as giving yourself a little bit of... Okay, so track 5, save, close. 6, truck 6. Truck 7. Truck 10. Truck 11. Just those 2 spots. And the way, like I said, I already explained, the way these will work is they'll only show during the actual race weekend. They won't show any other in any other session. Now, if I want to change that, and any one of these, I can adjust it accordingly, depending on if I want a certain hauler, I guess, to show at a certain time, for example, certain session. I can do that, but for now, I'm just going to keep them all the same. Nope, nothing on that skull that time. Bot says, I don't think so. Yeah, 16, save. Just double checking that with my actual file name. So yeah, you do get the sense. It is a little bit of work, I guess, to be able to get these done. It's not just a click and done type of thing, but the overall end result, I think, kind of speaks for itself as far as much worth the time if you actually save it. Go through the process and do it. Never a good idea to take shortcuts. That can get you in trouble. Now, I apologize if I'm getting really focused on this or whatever, but don't be discouraged, I guess, over the fact that it's going to distract me or anything like that, because I have my means of being able to finish where I left off. As I already explained. I mean, it's very easy. Like, if I was to get pulled away from what I'm doing here, I know exactly where I left off. Well, hopefully it makes sense as far as what I'm doing here, as far as to adjust each script, because if we don't use a script or whatever, we just go raw pass file, you notice they keep it in there all the time, we wouldn't have to do this part. But I think they add that layer of them only spawning, I guess, in particular sessions, to include to be able to turn them off through the population switch. I think that's that's definitely needed. I think it's kind of, you know, lazy, I guess, to not do it that way. I misnumbered the last pass file. Oops, okay, let me go back to that. We'll check it out. So this one's 34. Let's finish this one first. Yeah, so that was 34. Save. Let's double check it. So the last one here, so 33. 33, 33. That one's good. 32. 32, 32. 32. So far, some good. 31. We'll check them all. 31. 31. Nope, good so far as back to 31. No problem. I'm glad you're looking out. I mean, that happens. It can definitely happen. So yeah, so again, I can go back to the fact that I've got sidetracked here. I can definitely tell where I left off with 35. Just based on the timestamp. And open that up there, and that reassures me that I did. 35. Okay, so coinciding that with the file name. Yeah, my eyes are tricking me. That's easy to do. That's easy to happen. It does that for me sometimes too. You're not the only one. I am doing this rather quickly too, so it can definitely be like a trick of the eye. It's like, whoa, you need to slow down a little bit. Oh, I want to work faster. Much work faster. I kind of move. I feel at a pace that's fast, but it's not so fast to where I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Although that has happened before. I get way too much when I really want to test something out. You can get really sloppy with this stuff. So sloppy to the point where it's just like you got a lot of mess to clean up. I try to eliminate that and prevent that as much as possible. I don't like to create more work for myself. Let's put it that way. Better to keep less work. But keeping in mind, these processes here that I'm applying here to get these individual truck haulers, this is a must. This is the only way you can really do that. Now, like I said, you don't necessarily have to apply a script to it. If you want to keep it just a solid object that shows in all sessions, you wouldn't even need to do this. But I feel it deserves that due diligence, I guess, to apply those aspects to it. Because you can definitely get the model to show directly in the track and just leave it a solid object. You know, static, shows every session. Definitely an option. I'm more of a dynamic type of person. I want to see things work the way they're intended to work. In this case, they switch out, I guess, from session to session. So this one's 83. What's the name of this song? It's on a my royalty-free playlist. It's on our list. Let me see what it's called. Save this one real quick. So this one is called. Let's see, where am I at here? I think it says on the last one too. Nope, second to last. This one's called Vinegar. It's like I said, it's on our list. Yeah, I don't have any other information necessarily to show. Can I do this? Here is the link to it. I think this might work. Yeah, this one is currently on. Yeah, I can put the link in here, I think, to it. This is the link to it. I don't know if that'll take that to you or not. Alright, so we ended up on 83. So 88. We only got a couple more to do. Yeah, I got you know, some really random picks into this list here for. You definitely don't have to worry about copyright strikes or anything like that. It's all royalty-free stuff. That's the other thing I like about them. Okay, so save that. So far, since I've been using them, I haven't had any muted VODs. That's a definite plus. Let alone me DMCA strikes. Okay, so we got this. Gonna be our last one. Okay, now we got those all established. So now from here, I can probably chunk all these out of here. Yeah, let's go ahead and select all. Cut all these out and paste them into our 3ds folder. Now we don't need this folder. I only created this folder, I guess, just to be able to copy those. So I don't need it anymore. Done with that. So now we can refresh this. Now we've got all the files we need to include. Where do our texture files go? Oh, that's going to be in here, my bad. I'm going to take all these texture files and let me get out of this. We don't need this anymore. We got our pass file that we needed. No, yes, we're all done with this. Good deal. So now what I can do, I'm going to put all this stuff in my 3ds folder. So I'm going to go like this. Cut these out, paste them in here. Boom. I'm going to keep that original stuff there. Also move this and this. Cut. Paste these in here. Cool. I just want to consolidate those is all. Oh, I forgot about the new one here. Cut. Paste. There. So now all I got is just that bitmap for that map. Cool. Now what I can do is I can take all of this stuff. I'm going to do a select all. And I don't need that, or that. Yep, so I'll just need all that stuff. We're going to copy this into our Make3DO directory. Okay, so let's navigate to there. I put this in my program files, as I've shown this before. And that's just in my opinion, as far as that's where it belongs, as far as in my program files. So I'm going to put all that noise into my Make3DO. And then I'm going to bring up a command prompt. We're getting to the thick of it here now. So let's go command prompt. Kinda eerie. Is that why you like it? Alright, so let's do CMD. Oops. Go to command prompt. There we go. Now we'll do change directory. And then we want to do a change directory to the directory that we're in here. So we're going to copy this, everything to the right of the drive. Copy that. Yeah, I get you. So then I can do paste. So that should put us in our directory. Whoops, I missed a parameter there. What I missed there. So cd backslash. Oh, got too many backward slash. Okay, no problem. So let's go ahead and take one of these out. It only does what you tell it to do. There we go. Now we're in the right directory. Now we want to call the program, which is Make3DO. And then in this case we are using a script, so we want to do a -s and then go through each one. Once we get one of them in there, we only have to change the the number to it. So in this case we got all these scripts. So I'm going to go right through, right on down the line as far as our command prompt. So we'll have several lines of this, so I'll probably have to expand this out. Can't necessarily batch this stuff, so we'll do truck 1.psg, and we don't have any other parameters other than that, so just do an enter, and that's going to spit out our 3DO. So that kind of shift there, that's probably going to put it towards the top. So there's our new truck file, and it's going to have Goodyear on it, but that's okay. What's critical, like I said, we'll be able to swap out these 3DOs that we were creating now and swap those out with what's in our track unpack. and then it'll put the appropriate texture to it. And just to kind of show you how that works, before I continue here, I'm going to back up. Let's go into our track unpack and just kind of show this. So if I go truck 1, it's going to show how this works. Well, it would be just an even swap. In fact, I'll just copy this, put this to the desktop as a backup. Just going to get this set up here. So we'll put this one right here. I'm going to leave this on my desktop so I remember to put that up on the Spline Design site. It is up on the Rock Nation Discord, as I showed, under the Enter 2003 utilities, but just for anybody that wants it on the, I'll make sure to get those up on there. I'll do good on my promise there. Alright, so this is going to be a backup of that original truck 3DO. Now I'll go ahead and take on our Make 3DO, this new file. This will be a direct replacement. I'm going to copy this over to our track unpack. Not that one, this one. So I kept that one in there. It's going to ask me to replace. I'm going to say yes because I already got it backed up. Now, I'm going to reopen the track. I can open this up in 3D Sim. It's going to put this texture to it. See? So that's kind of how that works now. So because of the name that I applied, the name of the texture that I applied to it, only thing I'm going to have to replace is just a 3DO. I can maintain those original MIPs, those MIP textures anyway. So as I apply that, it's not going to put the Goodyear that that's all with the name of the texture. That's what I wanted to show that. So that's one down. Somebody's got to do the rest of them. So what I will do, I guess with that being said, I'm going to take all of these 3DOs and I'm going to back them up just for safety's sake. So do truck 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. I'm going to put these on the desktop to back them up so I have them for safekeeping. And then once we can confirm that these are all good to go, we can necessarily just throw them out if we want. But I definitely want to make sure that the model that we have first is going to work the way we expect it to. So let's do copy these. And I'm leaving them in the track folder. And at this point, all I want to do is I want to be able to confirm that I'm actually overwriting down the line there. So paste these all here. I could have put that in a folder, but that's okay. I can do that right now. Now they're all on my desktop, scattered all over the darn place. I'll do a new folder and we'll do hauler backups. Dover hauler backups. Okay. Well, you'll be able to adjust those textures, right? That's the thing. The only thing we're trying to establish is replacing the 3DO, and it'll apply that texture just to show you that it'll apply whatever textures you apply, as long as you keep it in that same name. So if you adjust with your PSD, if you name that new MIP file as far as that texture that's applied to that particular hauler, that's going to line that up there based on what you have as far as a template, right? So that's going to be the next step. That's up to you as far as to do that. But just to show you that it's going to apply that texture, not the Goodyear that I initially applied. The one that looks like Goodyear anyway. Hopefully that makes sense. I mean, it's all I'm doing here is just replacing I'm swapping out and replacing, directly replacing the original truck hauler, right? But it'll have that texture assignment that you've got previously applied to it. So yeah, as far as replacing that texture based on that, what's already in there, that's up to you. Wonder if you can get these 3D. Yeah, I can send these to you, just to save you that process and that agony, because it is a heck of a process there. That's for sure. Now, just keeping in mind that the way I've got these scripted, they only show during race weekend. So let's paste these all in here. So now I got all these backups. Gosh darn it, it's not doing it. Okay, so there's all the backups of those haulers. Put those for safekeeping, and it looks like my playlist is done. Let's go start that back over. There we go. Cool. So we are making progress. Yeah, because you're going to do the haulers. So yeah, if you want to save yourself some time as far as just to redo the textures for the haulers, yeah. It's definitely, from what I've done here, you would probably spend just as long trying to reestablish those individual haulers just like I did, regardless of which way you do it. So yeah, you would have to do that. So the fact that I'm going to do this right now, I can actually close this. Actually, I'm done with that. Done. Okay. Now let's go back into here, and I've got these new haulers still in here, so I'll be able to pull those out individually from our Make 3DO as we can move along. So yep, I got this all spread out here. So now I can just do an F8, and now all I have to do is just change, and I can go right down the line here as far as my list here, as far as which one I need to spit out. But actually, let me go down here to the scripts themselves like this. This way I can kind of tell which ones I gotta do next. Right down the line. Make it easier for myself. Alright, so we'll go 2. Get to the end of the line. Spit that one out. I'm not worried about grabbing the 3D. I'm gonna go through these each one by one, and then once I'm done with them all, I'll pull those out and put them back into our track unpack. So we got 3. So I know it's populating because I can see the lines moving, I guess, on that one there. So that's all I'm worried about at this point. F8. Change that to 4. F8. Check that to 5. Okay. 6 and 7. Hey, don't be doing that. I saw you doing that. Seven, and then we go to 10. Yep. $11. 12. Whoop! I did something wrong there. What did I do? Oh, there is no 12. Forgot about that. See, at least it tells me what's going on here. So yeah, it kind of barked at me a little bit. So yeah, there is no 12. This goes to 13. There we go. No, being extra cost as far as like that. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just gonna. It's all it's gonna do is just say, "Hey, there isn't one, you dummy." It's really no harm, no foul. Other than it just barks at you. All the way to 24. Okay, and then we go to 27. See, I got several lines populating in here. Stretch it out a little bit more. 31. 32. This process here is not really too bad. It's just the fact that you got to do it repeatedly over and over again. But to save you some time, as far as use the F8, it saves you a lot of typing. That's a huge time saver, I guess, as far as that goes. Save your fingers when you think of that. 35. Okay, so 35. Let's scroll this down here a little bit. 3841. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, just making sure. $41. 42. 43. 47. 48. 55. 78. That jumps around at this tail end here, doesn't it? 78. 83. 88 and 95 should be. Hello? Yep. Last one. Boom. Alright, so now we got all that. Now we're just going to go up here and grab all the 30Os. Now we already did truck 1, but I'll go ahead and just grab them all. In fact, let me do this. I'm going to sort by type. Now we can group those all together. Now we can just go like this. Copy all those and paste them into our track unpack. And I want to confirm that I'm replacing these. So we got 95. Yes, we already backed all these up. Truck 1. Just going through each one of these and making sure that they all were right. All 38 of them. Now I can necessarily say, why don't you just go ahead and just, replace all of them? I want to ensure. I'm kind of OCD that way. I want to see each one getting replaced one by one. So that way I know. See, now they'll highlight like this. Now I can tell which ones have been replaced. I know all those have been replaced at this point. There's none of them that are unhighlighted. Okay. So now we got those all replaced. So now what we can do is open the track up with the new stuff. We already got this saved. Yeah. And then we can open this one up. Either one, it doesn't matter. This one here has the X section. This is something I'll leave up to you, Torch, as far as to apply that to it. I would do this on both ends, to be honest. Even though the one side does seem to correct both ends of the track as far as the drawing, it may not be a bad idea to do this on both ends. Okay, so we got the new models are actually applied here now. So it's inheriting those textures on the new model. And we can see how these look. Yep, so some of the positioning of it might be a little bit off, so they might have to make some adjustments, but other than that, they are in here. There's our truck 1. I don't know if these are in order, but you can see they're all in here. We got truck 14, 15, 23 was not one of them. I guess we did we? Was truck 23 one of them? That one, I don't see it shifted. Let me see here. 23. Just double check that. Yep, 23 is right there. Nope, actually that's one we did not touch. So 23, we must have missed that one. Yep, this is still the old file. Okay, fair enough. Well, that can be easily adjusted if you want to make another one based on truck 23. I could have swore we did one though. Wait, what am I looking at here? Yeah, that's still the old file. The heck? Did I miss it? Well, let's go through these and see. So we got 27. Maybe I missed it. Okay, so like this then. We'll go into our Make 3DO. And 23. I missed that one. Somehow. Do we have a 23 script? I do. So I somehow I missed 23. Let's redo that. Let's go ahead and do that. So while we got this still open here, we'll go with 23. You're darn right I did. Okay, if I see if I go through my line here, I can see I went 21, 22, 24. So I skipped 23 entirely. That's my fault. So I have a histogram there as far as not closing that. So I know that was a simple mistake. No problem. So I'll go like this, spit that out. Go back up here and grab 23. 23, it's right there. Copy. And let's go unpack. Paste. Boom. Now we'll go ahead and reload the track with that new model. So it won't necessarily show in there that I got the 3DO is replaced, but I need to refresh the track by reopening it to ensure that it's loading the 3DO I want to load. There we go. So now we got that loaded. Now let's go check these out again. I can already tell from when I opened the track here initially, there's no lag on this. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a definite improvement. We're going to check this out in the sim too, but yeah, see now they're all shifted. 23 seemed to be the only one I missed. But there are the new models, and you can see that texture, it inherited that texture that's still in the track. Now, granted, it might not, the mapping might not be correct, but that's where you come in, I guess, as far as to apply those appropriate textures that based on this model, right? But at least the models are in here, so you can apply those textures to it. So that's done. So now the only thing left is to go ahead and test this out in the sim. So that's what I've been wanting to get to. That's why I went through all that business and whatever just so I can test this out. So now that we got the new model applied with that, at least that placeholder of a texture until you get those new textures applied. That's all you would have to switch out from that point, is just those textures for the haulers. Yeah. Alright, so what I am going to do, just so I don't have to put all these individual haulers into the game track directory, I'm going to make a new DAP based on this PTF here. So I am going to see what I want to do with this here. I'm going to pull this one out. Yeah, let's cut this one out. I'm going to close this track actually. We're done with this really. Close that out. Pull this PTF out. That's our backup there. So we do paste. And then our backup of our haulers. Now what I need to do is I want to keep this PTF as well as far as for that. I mean, it's not a big thing. The only thing that has in there is just the X section pulled out, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Let's go ahead and just rename this to that, so it's matching. Now, the best way to make sure that you've got your PTF named the same as your folder is to copy your folder name, just to make sure you don't have any additional spaces or anything like that into it. Copy your track folder. You can either do it that way or go this way. Get the properties to it and copy this way. Either way, make sure you're getting the name of your folder and then name your PTF that way. So instead of, just to ensure that it is exactly the same name as it is, because otherwise you might run into issues going into it, as far as it loading and whatnot. So we got that loaded up, and let's make our new DAT file. Okay, now what I'll do in our game track directory, I've already tested, yeah, this I can delete. We've already tested that. That was just the PTF with that X section adjustment. We've already got that in our track edit folder. I'm going to back this one up. We've already tested it, but once we confirm that this DAT file that I just made works, then we'll just keep that one, at least on my end. It's going to be different on your end, obviously, depending on what you do. This is just for my purposes, so I'm going to cut this out. Put it in here. Boom. All right, so now it'll load this this DAT file, not this one. This is just the backup. So now it'll load with those new haulers in there, and everything else I applied to it up to this point as far as that X section, so we don't have the drawing. So we're going to test this out with the Manx 19 full field starting from the back and see what type of response we get to it. So far when we tested it earlier, it worked really good. So we're expecting to see nothing but the same, only a little bit better. As far as maybe a little bit of gain in frame rates, just a little bit. Maybe not that extreme, but at least a little bit. Let's go ahead and check this out then. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off there. I know for the other test that I did there, I had that going, but I'm going to go ahead and turn the background music off here, and this is where I'm going to bring this thing to an end. This will be the final test. I always like to finish off the streams as far as being able to test everything that we've done in the track at this point. Okay, so just checking everything to make sure we're running smooth before I do that. And it looks like everything looks okie dokie. Cool. So let's go into single race on the Manx 19. And we're going to do a 20 lap race. 42 cars. Here we go. So far the track does load. That's a good sign. Actually, something else I forgot to do. Let's do this here too. Let's change this out. There we go. There we go. So the track does load so far. That's definitely a good sign. As far as in practice, we're going to go right to race. Okay, so no crash. That's definitely a good sign. Let's go to the grid. Boom. So we're still in the low to mid 20s. I guess it's on the starting grid. Still no crash, no crash. So that's, I didn't expect it to see a drastic increase, I guess, in frame rates. But as you adjust the other models, I guess, around the track, the haulers for sure are going to be a definite improvement. So we're only gaining maybe a couple frames, not that much. It's not a drastic difference, but I think once you get the other models taken care of in the infield, it'll be an improvement. Slow improvements is all. So what I'm going to do is just play this through here and make sure that we do not get any crash to desktop. So the fact that I'm in the back here, as far as this having to load and render all the cars that are ahead of me, that's putting a huge strain on the graphics, and that's to be expected as far as what type of response we're getting out of it. What I'm concerned for, just like I tested earlier, is that we do not crash the desktop. As long as we don't do that, we know we're moving in the right direction. But that's something, as I showed before, as far as moving that outermost X section of the track in sandbox there. We don't have that bubbling, that bubble, as far as the drawing of the grandstands in both ends of the track. That's a definite improvement as well. I'm going to continue to ride mostly down, behind the field here until they give me a reason to get to pass them. Just to really put the strain on the graphics rendering. It's having to load all this, all the textures, all this, everything going on with the track and the mod. So far, so good. The bridges actually turn out pretty good. I don't see any problem with those whatsoever. Don't even notice that a little bit of a texture glitch that I was showing earlier in Sandbox. Don't even notice that. Unless you're really looking at it. You can kind of see it, kind of blink out there. Whoops, as I hit the wall. Yeah, on that one pedestrian bridge, that you can see that texture. I was talking about the black showing up in that area that it shouldn't. But it's just like a really quick blip of it. And I gave you some suggestions as far as what we can possibly do, I guess, to correct that. Yep, so it kind of blips out there as I hit the wall again. I'm going to play this all the way through to the end until... And what we're hoping for is we don't get another crash deck stop. That's all we're looking for. Looking too hard? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm kind of a visual person when it comes to how I navigate the corner. And that definitely stands out to me as far as that bridge. I definitely look at the bridge to kind of give myself a sense of navigation through the corner. I do look up there. And that's the first thing I notice is that. And that's why I checked it out in Sandbox there too, and I pointed it out in Sandbox. It does show up in there too. And that's a common problem, like I said, with applying texture to a model with transparency. You'll get that. But it might just come down to either removing the back facing or adjusting the back facing as far as the UV mapping of it to the texture. Because it doesn't do it on the Monster Bridge at all. So you might want to look at the way the Monster Bridge one is done. And compare notes, I guess, with the Petty Bridge. I haven't looked at any of that because you've got all those raw files. So as far as for the model itself anyway. That's the only flaw, and I'm using that term really loosely, to the bridges at all. Very minimal at that, but that's the only thing. Yeah, so coming down the front stretch here, I do look at that building on the outside there as far as when I brake and get back into the gas. And then for the bridge, I'll look right up at that sign, and then I know I can straighten the wheel. Same thing here. I know when I get a turn once I pass the bridge. I'm using that building on the outside to know when I need to turn. Like so. And I'll use the bridge on the back stretch here as to when I can straighten the wheel. Boom. That was obviously a little late, but kind of get the idea. But I do use those as visual cues. I'm a visual type of driver. And that's how I noticed it in the first place, driving on the track for the first time. And then obviously came to the conclusion that it does show in Sandbox as well. Oh, man, I keep pushing out of the outside of two. But yeah, but I'm hanging out in the back here purposely. I'm not driving the car really hard just so I can really push the issue, I guess, as far as the rendering, you know, the graphics to all render. I'm really forcing the graphics to render in the game from back here. Between the track and the cars on the track and whatever. Oh, got it pushing outside of 3 now, or 4, I mean. Must be wearing that right front tire out. Yeah, better later than never. Yeah. I probably wrecked right out if I would have gone too much later. Just destroyed the car. Just go head on to the wall. Really smooth track to drive on, though. Even doing these quick little 20-lap runs. Oh, God. Oh, God. Dang it. Oh, my goodness. I freaking had a head of steam on that dude. Who is that, anyway? Truex. What are you doing, man? Get your butt moving. Well, this actually does, you know, this adds another layer to rendering. The fact that it's got the flag out, that's adding another layer. So the lights add a flash, and the official in the stand has got a flash. You know, he's waving a flag, so it's more stuff that's going to need to be rendered. That's actually not a bad thing that caution happened. I got a lot of wrinkling in my hood though. I fixed him. Yeah, he was going too slow. Slowpoke. I'll probably go ahead and pit. Just because. Just to go through that motion there. Man, I clobbered him. Clobbered him good. I can see inside of his trunk. And this just goes to show you how detailed these mods are. As far as the damage models. It's got the fuel neck in there. You can see the fuel cell. Pretty cool. Don't speed. Okay. Let's get our repair done. We'll get back on the track and we'll continue. There's obviously some adjustments to the pit stalls because you got the wheels that are clipping into the wall. But I'm sure that'll be done later. Curved pits are always a pain. Come on, guys.
Going a little easier with a little bit bigger arc, that way you're aiming a
Oh,
little bit better off.
quit your bitching.
You gotta go tail end along his line. Go.
I'm going.
Turn 3. Don't
Going.
speed. Do not speed here. Remember, 3,000 second gear.
Yeah, so I want to come down pit road here to really get a sense. Oh, we got it. Alright, on the last lap. Holy crap.
1 minute 30.
Didn't realize that was that. That went fast. Yeah, so seeing pretty decent frames going through the pits, even though we don't have the cars in view. So I imagine it'd probably be a little bit different if the cars were in view. Yeah, I think I sped. And there goes my spotter. Love my Dale Jr. spotter.
They need to get the fucking kind of that can fucking do it. It's fucking bullshit. 2010. We gotta go tail end.
It's only 10 years old.
Go hard. Stay behind.
Whoa.
19. You gotta go to the back. 44.
I love Junior. That's classic. There's no way I can replace that. That's classic. That's classic Junior. Bitching about the way they gauge pit road speed back in 2010. I mean, they make some pretty decent strides, I guess, since then. That's for sure. As far as to change that. In some cases, it kind of infuriates some of the teams. It's just like they're just too accurate. So we got through an entire 20-lap race without a crash in a dust stop. So that's definitely a step in the right direction. Gonna get my checkered flag. Oh man, that thing is... I was doing some league racing way back then. This is something I put together. It wasn't available. It's something I slapped together. It was through some of the DMP guys and stuff like that. Dirty Mole Posse.
Appreciate everybody's hard work, man. That's a good effort on the pit crew and on the car you brought.
Alrighty then. So it looks like we did a successful race there. Yeah, so I do have that, and I think, now that I think of it, I do have that available on the Discord. Who won that? Eric Armarola. That's interesting. So yeah, just the fact that was kind of like a really random roster. To that, let's go ahead, turn that on. So yeah, let me just look and see here. I'm pretty sure that it is on the Discord here. I think. Let me check here really quick. I don't know if I put that on here or not. Cam editor, season editor, WinMap 2. Let's see if I put that in the files here. I might have put it in here. Mystical put out the this is hilarious. If you haven't tried this this Ice Cube mod, freaking hilarious. It's actually it's a car that's a cube. It actually is what you would think it is, as far as like it driving cubes around there. And he did it as a Mystical did it as a argument, as far as that it does not matter what type of body that you put on the physic, as far as the bounding box is always going to be the same. So the fact that it's a cube with that same bounding box around it, it's freaking hilarious. If you haven't checked it out, you should. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I got that in here. Got all the files for the Splash and Go. That's all backed up. Let's see if I put that spotter pack in here or not. Project Wildfire stuff. Some of our tracks. Yeah, here it is right here. It is in here. So if you look in the NASCAR Racing 2003 files, it's about midway up, closer to the top here, but it's right here. Improved Dale Jr. sound pack. That's what I got installed. So if you want to grab that, that's where it's at. I'll leave that up to you, I guess. Jean Van, how we doing there, bud? See you sneaking on in. Yeah, so I've made some of these mods like this available all in the NASCAR 2003 section there. So if you need the role for that, definitely let me know. Just DM me and I'll make sure. I'm pretty sure you do have it already though. But that's where it is. Let's see what else in there. The other thing I got the Manx official that I did. That's all exclusive, I guess, to anybody that comes on the Rock Nation Discord. I do have a Fred Jones Papyrus car to go with the, I think that's for the Mix 18, as it says there. But it can be applied, because it is on the Camaro, you can probably apply it pretty easily to the 19 as well. Yeah, so there's a few files left in there. Your feet sneak, does yours? I don't know, I haven't smelt them lately. What are you smelling your feet for? Did you want to wake yourself up or something? I don't know. I'm confused. Okay, so I will make sure, as I said, to get this between this one as well as the multi-pass script up on the website. It is in the Rock Nation Discord, as I showed earlier too, under the utilities. So if I don't get it put up on there, it is in the Discord here. Where'd that go? Right here. So there's the sample PSG here, as well as the multi-pass. Why is it when I say that it sounds like I'm reciting the script or whatever from Fifth Element? Multi-pass. I don't know. I just had a vision on that anyway. So yeah, with all that being done, I know I'm closing in on 5 hours here. I need to get some foods. We did accomplish quite a bit. Torch, if you want me to get you those hauler files, I'll make sure I'll zip those up and send them your way. Just keeping in mind that they do only open up in the race weekend. I can actually, let me open this up here really quick, just to kind of show that. Go through that motions there. I didn't necessarily do that right away, so let's open this up. And for my purposes, I'll go ahead and rename that this PTF. I can go by my SBX file, so I know when I had that. So that's, yeah, I backed up your PTF, so I'll have that at my disposal. Give this a second to load. Come on. And I'll go through the motions here as far as the yeah, switch this over. Yeah, so when we go through the different modes here, so this is in race weekend. Obviously the haulers are there. If I go to testing, they will not be there. Boom. So they're all gone. Now you had in your previous versions, or you had a select couple or few or whatever that did show in testing. I'll leave that up to you as far as which ones you want to do that, if you want those to do it all. Okay, so let's go into this one. Alright, so I'm going to check this one. We'll go into 1 just to kind of show. And then I also want to check the population switch. So even in this is your practice and qual and all that stuff, it don't show in that mode either. You do have yours over here that do, but those are different, I suppose. I want to check the population switch. I'm only in the trying to check what I did here with those haulers over here. So population. So let's put it on max. So that means everything is on. Whoops. You know what I got to do? I got to set this back to. Let's set this back to weekend here really quick. Weekend 2. That's what I forgot. So I'll go weekend 2. Boom. So everything's in there. I noticed. Wait, does this go away here? Check that. Yeah, you've got this one building, I guess, goes away during the weekend. That might be. I don't know what that is, but that should probably stay static. C2. What is that deal anyway? Is that? The heck is that? That is. And turn 1, 2 in. Oh yeah, that's a garage here. Yeah, that you probably want to make this so it stays static. You don't want that to disappear, I guess, on race weekend. Yeah. So this way we want to probably make that static so it doesn't have a state switch as far as to switch out. Just little minor details. Okay, so I'm checking out. Now they got it in race weekend 2. I'm going to check population. Check that state switch out. John Von, you're going to be, are you going to stream here in a minute? Asking for a friend. Population 2, so that's with everything on. Okay, and then I want to check it with them, everything shut off at 0. Cool, so those do shut off. And state variable 1. Those should be back on. Cool. Yep, the population switch and the recon switch only shows during race weekend as far as the haulers anyway. I'm support late? What do you mean? Speak English, boy. Your support late? What you talking about, son? So anyway, that does show, I guess, as far as how those haulers work anyway. Just to give you an idea. So if you want to keep them that way, that's up to you. If you necessarily want me to change those, I can do that too. What the fuck? I'm starting. Oh, you're starting them late. You tell me what the fuck? Like what the yeah. So are you on your phone again? Did it correct your spelling there? Yeah. So you're starting late. Cool. All right. Cool beans. I'll be sure to check it out over there. I guess I gotta get some foods in me though. Very good, very solid stream. I guess as far as I had a little bit rough to start. I gotta figure out what happened with the starting sequences there. That's for sure. I don't know if that was entirely Twitch or what the deal was, but I gotta work on that. I don't need this height view, so let's turn that off and close that up. Cool. So I'll have some cleanup to do on my end, I guess, as far as to get back what I've got for my files. So I got something to refer to. I got all these backups for your stuff. I would definitely make an effort to try and get these scripts over on the SDS website. It is in the Rock Nation Discord as I showed. That's about all I have. Really good tests. We're definitely moving in the right direction with the optimizations of the track there, Torch. So, with all that being said, feel free to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. I'm gonna go get some food. Like I said, I've said that over and over again. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I will see everybody next time. As far as for next stream will be on Wednesday for Wreckfest Wednesday in support of Wounded Warrior Project. I will be continuing. Now that I say this, they'll probably be starting another season, so I'll have to keep an eye on, I guess, for the new season that they're starting on the tournament aspect for Wreckfest. I'm really curious to see what they come up with that. I'll try and get that information out to you. If not, we'll just see what's going on with it on Wednesday for Wreckfest Wednesday. That'll be the next stream at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So for anybody that is still lurking the channel, and like what you're seeing and like to see more of it, make sure you hit the follow button on the channel. Get notifications for when their streams are live. You can also feel free to check out the social medias. You dirty rat, it doesn't want to work. Social. Oh, helps if I spell it right. Social. There we go. Why is that not working? There you go. Bot's a little slow. Anyway, there is the social media links as far as the Rock Nation Discord. Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as our forums on our Spline Design Studios website, and the Twitter. I do post there on the regular to let everybody know as far as what's going on in between streams. I do appreciate everybody that did participate and hung out for the stream at Spline Design Studios Saturday. I hope to see you again really soon. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and J-Rock-O. See y'all next time. Crayons.
Toasty!